the subject. And I think we're kind of now in like a kind of rocky period in relation to questions of eros and thanatos, and I'm very interested in these kind of outbreaks of like collective jouissance or joy and excitement in the rave. Also, the kind of orgies and various things that are going on as people kind of have a kind of maybe more vivid experience of the possibility of death in the face of the pandemic, and how people react to that. I think at base, then, this question of desire is also about how we think of desire, whether we think of it as something like a scarce resource. And I think that some of the people who are like doing the cancelling and getting off on, you know, punishing people in this quite sadistic way have an image of desire as a sort of scarcity. You know, like obviously we're sort of trained in a kind of neoliberal way to think of, you know, that there's not enough jobs, we have to compete with each other in order to kind of like get ahead. And you know, if I can get one over on this person by saying that they have a bad thought, or like they have the wrong opinion, you know, then there's a kind of like competition there, and also rivalry. And on the other hand, if you have a conception of desire as a kind of plenitude, as something like an excess, and I'm really kind of obsessed with this idea that everybody deserves beauty at the moment. Like I spend my days wandering around the parks in London and wandering around the streets, and a lot of them are very empty. A lot of people are still staying indoors, and it's a very uneven, listless, strange atmosphere in the city. When it's hot, the parks are really full and people are enjoying themselves. But you can walk around and listen to the birds and smell the roses and have these kind of like momentary experiences of a kind of infinite, you know, that are kind of free and for everybody. And I've been thinking about this in relation to the way in which certain groups of people and their desire is often really demonized. So I wrote a piece recently about incel culture. So this idea of these young men who, you know, are dispossessed from the future, who live perhaps in kind of impoverished areas of America in particular, who, you know, the idea is that they kind of desire a girlfriend, or they want to have sex, but they can't have sex, right? And there's something that is very negative about this, like that these are people that we can kind of demonize, you know, and blame various forms of violence and so on. But in a way, I kind of think that this figure of the incel, you know, however real it is, it's also a very long-standing figure, right? The young man who, let's say, you know, wants to be loved, you know, and in a way, this is not an incomprehensible position, right? But this question then of like how we redistribute beauty, you know, if we say that, for example, not everybody deserves sex, let's say, like we still have the problem of desire. Desire is deeply unfair, right? Some people are incredibly desirable, some people are not desirable at all, some people get a lot of attention, some people don't get any attention at all. Like if you're committed to any kind of project of like communization or equality, then the question of desire becomes immediately quite difficult. It's much easier to imagine how we can like redistribute money or wealth, even, or property, even though those things are kind of deeply sedimented and asymmetrical as well. It's much harder to imagine how we can kind of like redistribute desire. And this is where I think this question of beauty and the idea that everybody deserves beauty like is a kind of deeply important one at this moment somehow. And what it means to have these sorts of experiences, whether it's of the natural world or of a conversation, you know, and all of these simple things that suddenly have become extremely difficult. You know, to meet a friend and have a coffee has become, you know, almost impossible in some parts of the world. It's, you know, obviously in Britain and other places, a lot of things are still shut down. So then you have these kind of like countercurrents or undercurrents or subversive or law breaking, rule breaking modes of behavior that really push up against the kind of limits of a sort of sociability, and what it means to be kind of together, you know, this frail kind of web of the social in which we reside. Um, so yeah, I think this kind of, if we can think more deeply about the enjoyment, the question of desire and enjoyment, like first and foremost, is a political question. You know, whether we're talking about aesthetics, the politics of beauty, or whether we're talking about the kind of enjoyment that people get from, let's say, cancelling each other, sacrificing each other, and whether there are kind of like more beautiful forms of enjoyment, such as like the dialogue and the disagreement, for example. You know, this, it seems like it's very, very difficult to disagree today in a certain way. Like if you have the wrong line, people are very quick to kind of, you know, block off conversation. You know, it's very easy on social media to unfriend someone, to block them, you know, to pretend that they don't exist. But, you know, in the virtual world, we can maybe do that. But actually, you know, the moment you step outside, people exist. You know, we're not yet at the stage where people are being kind of silenced in any more terminal way. Although I'm haunted by this kind of paranoid fear about the kind of the new gulag, and the new gulag is simply going to be everybody's houses. And we're already kind of the kind of, you know, in the gulag, right? You don't need to build new gulags. Like everybody is in their little cell, whichever cell you happen to be in at the start of lockdown, on pause. And you know, I think this question of like, could you do this forever? You know, be stuck in your little cell, and what could you find that would be beautiful in your cell? Would there be enough? Would there be enough literature? Would there be enough sunlight? You know, can you remember all of the people's voices of those people that you loved, and all of these kind of memories? And yeah, so I don't know, there's a kind of melancholic, euphoric mode, I think, that I often find myself in, and probably a lot of people do these days. So yeah, I'll leave it there. It's like rambling collection of thoughts.
So I know that we don't have like a Q&A set up for you, but I feel like there's so many interesting things that you just said, and I would like to open the floor to one person with a question. And I will let Narayan decide who that is.
Let's go with Owen's question. Owen asks, within the Bardian frame, this is the shift from desire to transcendence?
I must say I don't know enough about the Bardian frame, although I feel guilty that I do not. If you could explain the Bardian frame.
Owen or Grim or Alexander, if you guys want to unmute yourself and elaborate on the question, feel free.
I feel like Bard should do it.
Okay, I'm just gonna plug in mine. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Oh, sorry about that. Damn. Okay, I'll just plug this in. I'll put in the full, I'm gonna have my 50 minutes later, so I can actually comment on that when I have my 50 minutes, so. But yeah, it's an interesting question. Owen, do you want to pass on to that? Because I've got 50 minutes coming up later.
Yeah, I mean, so my brain is kind of mush right now, but I guess it's thinking this sense that desire is based in a kind of an inherent subjective lack, where then there's a shift as we're moving up between our kind of layers of desire, from instinct to drive to desire, and then up to something that we might call transcendence, which is what is achieved in communitas, in community, in religion, in things that bring us out of our own fantasy structures and into a kind of more communal, yeah.
Yeah, you got it. We should just point out that the way I work, Nina's familiar with this because you work with Badiou, obviously. So instead of working just with drive and desire, we work with instinct and then drive and then desire and then transcendence, because transcendence is then considered as part of the drive system. So beyond anything beyond the symbolic, which is where desire is at, you know, desire always escapes you because desire wants to be desired at all times. Then transcendence is part of that. And it's actually by studying our attitude towards death, life and death, that actually I just came up with this idea with Söderqvist that we should actually introduce 4 different drives rather than just 2 in a drive system. And it makes a lot more sense to students like Owen, obviously. But we can discuss it later. It's a good topic.
Cool. So let's
Yo,
go
what's this
over...
shit, bro? What's going on?
What?
What's the Zoom about?
There's another alien.
Who's
okay,
asking the
guys.
question? Who's asking the question?
I think it was a random person, but I now have the weight room and I will not admit anybody else.
Woohoo! Excellent. Okay, but what about the people coming in that are cool?
I'll have to figure out who's cool.
Yeah, because I mean, like, I thought I vetted everybody. That's all right. Let's go ahead and have Kenji's band play.
All right. So I will start them up in just a second. So Kenji Noise, they make sounds and there's a video, and I'm really excited for this. So let's check this out.
It's called Death Panda.
Death Panda.
Death Panda.
Can't help but stare into the abyss, trying to take it all in. Staring into its rolling chasm is breathtaking and exhilarating, a little agitating. As I walked to tune the raw meat whilst bearing my teeth, after so long I find it impossible to blink. Looking into the abyss, finally I can see myself. I see myself as a shadow falling. It moves swiftly and madness. As a naughty child staring, bricks are under doors. Like flashes of inspiration, it walls waiting. More tantalizing than the whole world put together. I squarely found it a long time ago and became addicted. This the coldness I feel with my eyes I am alive twice. The cruelty of its yawning maw, a meat grinder, crushing and smashing the insatiable. Diamonds melt in sewage and scars turn to bugles. I shudder as I feel it filling my hands with rose. It turns from sagging grapes to vinegar, and the kind become envious. Exhaust and wearied, and like great art, this tremendous mess opens up a way for me. I think of it once away from seeing it, when my head is empty and sometimes it's that's good too. It reminds me I'm human and brings me back to humanity, wondering the primitive joining with the world, beyond my life proper, I feel strong. I don't oversleep anymore, in part for fear of seeing worse horrors, part for fear of seeing something but in the most part for fear of seeing the world evil grown tired. I don't go outside and always in pain. Rain hurts my skin and sunshine burns. I wouldn't say I'm sick, just bad. My nerves are strong and my life bad. Better to strangle us, the better it hurts. I've been here too long, I'm always in pain. I'm smashed and broken, swollen and eaten. So I'm tired of revelry to the end. Bad man gone bad. Revelry only ever in bits every time. So better like love for having me taken down my crown. I wouldn't say I'm sick. I've seen enough of the fires I've set, the fuel you consume. I wouldn't apologize if I thought it would help. Going hot and and that my reward for not forever one is the biting pain that comes when no victory is threatened. Call it sickness. Probably just
Viene el vaso y salta el
A dog on fire wags its tail as it runs around in its cage. It is a dog named Amadeus. It can't help but stare into me as I try to keep it on. Staring into its eyes is breathtaking and exhilarating. Dear Amadeus, having walked to kill raw meat while bearing my tail. For so long I find it impossible to let go. Looking into the abyss, I suddenly see myself. I see myself as a father trying to protect his child, a careful husband trying to contrast to the dog's madness. As long as I try staring, as little Billy, I got this vision. A massive concave with large Billy playing small tambourine, making the soft sounds. The presence of Billy amplifies the intensity of my imagined sight. I feel steps and hear the dialogue. For the third time, I was listening. The sounds not mysterious, but first sense of vision. I shudder as I gaze at Billy playing his favorite fiddle. It sounds from fragmented pendulum, rhythmic and ambient, soft and weird. Its gray art and its timeless mastery ever wait upon me. I think of it, once more to return. Billy playing again, harder and stronger. My head is empty as the sounds continue to grow stern. Like the Amadeus says to me, there is a message to humanity. One needs to listen to it. It will not fail. It will protect humanity. Not until my soul returns. Never to return. Perfect translation. The most beautiful poem ever written. The rain hits my skin and the sunshine burns. Everything seems sick, just bad. Not just nauseous, but horrible. Everything is tangled and invisible. And I am confused. Feeling is entirely lost. Here I am. Imagining a dream. Dreaming of me ever after. A hopeless dream. So hopeless at night, completely silent at home. This feels terrible. Soon enough the stars have set. The veil will be soon. Quick apologize for my awful health. Still hot as the embers of the ground are like whispers between my pleasure. Everything seems broken or sick, confused and desperate. Round one is about to take its come, but no victory is given. I call that sickness. Nothing. Just the eternal ruins. Again, whispering, confused. Everything feels lifeless. Impenetrable. Unreal. I watch the dreams unfold for the first time. They are tiny, invisible, dreaming, silent, quiet. I feel like that I can breathe. Time comes, but its timing death. It seems like death has come, like she's already dead. The dog on fire wags its tail as it runs around in its cage. Darkness surrounds me. I can't help but stare into it as I try to take it all in. Staring into the Billy's eyes is breathtaking and exhilarating. I still want to see him burn to splinters. Every time I think of it, I get sadder. I was gladdened. Dear Billy, the earth is beautiful. Its lush fragrance is pleasant. No tantalizing, very beautiful. Everything is unkind. And heavy. Boldness I feel in my presence is as though I walk on a live fire. terms of segments within the great art is to understand whatever way they're coming. I think it's one move from saying, me, my ideals are funny and informing. When my head
Nice. See, that's what I call a real troll. Like we would have scared the other guys. Thank you so much, Kenji Suratori and friends. That was incredible. Like very untrue Sente Neubaden, Dadaist. Love it. Thank you guys for coming here. And if you guys don't know, Kenji's band is actually 5 people in 5 different parts of the world all playing together. So amazing stuff. And it looks like people are coming back in here now. It looks like we've gotten rid of the trolls who aren't as good as Kenji. So let's go ahead and move on to the next person. Who do we have next to you guys? We have
Miss Metaverse.
Miss Metaverse.
Well, hello.
Cool.
Cool. Okay.
Go ahead
Joining
and
us.
All right. Well, how's everyone doing tonight? I hope you're all doing quite well. Well, it's hard to follow that one up. It's no wonder that people think that futurists and transhumanists are in some crazy, technocracy, new world order cult trying to take over the world. It's really funny because there's so much fear about the future right now. And me personally, I've always been, one foot in the truth community, another foot in the futurist and transhumanist community. And, I always thought maybe 10 years ago that one of those ideologies would really kind of hit the mainstream. I personally didn't think that it would be the truth community that would evolve into this big, huge mainstream thing. And that's kind of what we're seeing right now, and, seeing all the chaos that's going on in the world today, it's kind of disappointing in a way. And I'll tell you why. I kind of feel like the truth community has stolen, our future, our vision of the future, but only temporarily. I'll explain why. All right. About 10 years ago, there was a lot of talk about RFID chips, and Alex Jones was kind of like a underground type of guy. Some people knew who he was, but it was sort of like an underground thing still. And then came along 2016, and wow, I mean, it's been something. I mean, all of a sudden you had people like Alex Jones be, front and center stage, helping get a president elected. And there's just so much division going on. It's really wild. And, for me, I've always been a truth seeker at heart. I'm not here to bash people who are truth seekers, because I'm one of them. I'm the type of person that would stay up till, 3 o'clock in the morning researching Tartarian mud floods and, all these crazy things that are really just inspiring. And, it's just, I feel right now we're at a point where everything is kind of upside down. And what we need to do is kind of reclaim a new counterculture, something that kind of merges the two, merges the desire to seek truth and, delve into the mysterious side of things. And, when I saw that the proceeds, 20% of proceeds from tonight's show is going towards maps, which, you know, I think is great because it's part of that ecosystem that I kind of envision the future having. And all these different groups of people, from the psychedelic futurist groups to, you know, the techno shamans, you know, to the Burning Man groups, to the truth community, even the Alex Jones InfoWars type of, you know, group. It's all these kind of groups, all these people are seeking something. They're seeking a future, something of an enlightenment. But for some reason, everyone's been put in these little boxes and kind of gotten lost along the way. So what we need to do is we need to find a way to kind of unite and find a little bit of each other in each other's groups. There has to be a way that we could get out of these boxes that we've all been put in and create a better future. Because don't mind me, I mean, listen, I love the World Economic Forum, these big corporations that talk about the future, you know, Peter Diamandis talking about abundance. We hear a lot of this, but in a time like right now, where there is so much chaos going on, where people don't have money to live on, any basic needs they could take care of, where is the abundance? Where is the future? Where, you know, some people were 3D printing masks during the coronavirus, and that was newsworthy. Wow, we got some people that are 3D printing masks, PPE from their home. Wow, this is the future. Really? You know? I mean, it's kind of scary when, you know, these people that don't know anything about the futurist and transhumanist communities, they're the ones that are teaching the whole world about what it means. It's not us. There are some creators that are doing a great job getting the word out and connecting people, but we're not really uniting, we're not amplifying this message enough, and I think that needs to change. So where do we go from here, right? We're going towards a great reset. It's happening right now. What are we resetting towards? Are we going towards this technocracy that the bureaucrats, the people at the top, you know, the Bilderbergs, these top 1%, the 0.1% of the 1%? Or is it going to be the 99.9%? Who is driving the future? Because to me, it sounds like it's a very small fraction of people. And then a bunch of people that are talking about, oh no, these bad guys at the top are doing things and controlling the future. I say, fuck that. You know, I mean, come on, we're better than this. We should be doing better than this. If we want to be futurists and talk about the future, let's start doing something about it. So I'm going to be starting a new podcast. It's called New Humanity, N-U-H-U, Humanity. It's been a long day. Listen, just cut me a break here. It's a new podcast. It's coming out soon, and I want to have you guys on. Come on. Let's talk about the future. And the most important thing to keep in mind is we have to create a new counterculture. We need to do it now. Where are the Terrence McKennas? Where are the Alan Wattses? Where's the next generation? Why am I watching the movie Hackers and seeing, you know, Matthew Lillard wearing braids and roller skating around this, you know, cyberpunk skater park and going, wow, look how free they look. Wow, they could, you know, sit around a table and, you know, smoke cigarettes and be cool and, you know, do hacking stuff. Wow, that's cool. There's nothing that's really inspiring the next generations. We need to do that, because if we're not going to do it, the top 1% is going to do it. All these people are going to be stuck in their little boxes, and we're going to be in that future that the Alex Joneses and the people that are, you know, talking all this fear about, they're going to be right. So let's decentralize, let's democratize, let's kick ass, and let's create a better future, a new humanity.
Nice. Nice call to action, Miss Metaverse.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. A lot of good food for thought. Yeah, I think Alexander Bard is going to be a good person to follow up. He's doing an anti-TED Talk. The last TED Talk on Earth, like ever. Bard is a self-described dirty uncle from Scandinavia. He refers to this 15 minutes of echo chamber fame as the last TED on Earth. Ride this adventure, and he will shake all of you up from the old world.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. Here we go. Yeah, I've got a very phallic microphone just to get started there. By the way, if this is actually dating app, Miss Metaverse, can we not only do a podcast together, but might I take out for a date? You know, I'm a dirty old man, and I'm very generous about it.
I already have a dirty old man. Come on.
Oh, right. Then you'll need two. You get two, right? You'll have two at least. Yeah.
No, he's actually an international best-selling author, speaker, futurist. His name's Brett King, and he's on the internet.
You have
You're
to
cool too. Let's
compete.
have you on. Let's talk about it.
You gotta compete for Miss Metaverse.
All right. Okay. We'll be even more of us. That's called orgy, right? I'm going to spend the next 4 days with the Kurdish nymphomaniac anyway, and I'm kind of scared for the first time in my life about those things.
You're
anyway,
my hero.
Love you too. Anyway, yeah, the last TED Talk on Earth, because like TED Talks are like the one thing we hate the most, isn't it? Like, but it's like, I'm actually in the moment very much right now, because actually I was kind of fired from a TV show. Yeah, there's still TV shows around. It's called Sweden's Got Talent. You used to call America's Got Talent in America, right? And it's like the last 3-4 years have been kind of weird to still be on a TV show. It's kind of weirdest thing in the world. The complete anomaly in everything else I do in my life. I even wore chicken costumes like this last season just to show that this is so strange. Why am I still here? Because television is obviously dead, right? And I think it was just some kind of tweet somewhere that made somebody at Fremantle in Los Angeles nervous, and they like fired 16 people around the world simultaneously who had all done something like sending a picture of somebody with the wrong skin color on Pornhub 18 years ago. You know, this whole thing of like anything you ever did at any time in your life that could, you know, look the slightest bit risky to anybody will now be punished by death. Right? Just like, it's not going to be hard to create new counterculture, Miss Metaverse. It's going to be easy because there's no alternative. Because anything else that resembled culture in the past is now dead. And I think television obviously is the name of that. So television is totally over, totally dead and all that. And this is exactly what happened. It's happening early 2020. But I think what's also really important is that we're through the sort of birth pangs of the internet. The 2010s were messy, and we ended up with the term called the echo chamber, which I love. It's just like you're totally isolated in this space where you only hear people who say things you'd like to hear. That is, of course, the beginning of idiocy. It's just like, yeah, you only hear what you like to hear. And since you don't like to hear a lot of things, you just cross things out until there's absolutely nothing left. Just like television there's nothing there. There's no humanity there. There's just like zombie corpses pretending to say things that don't offend anybody. So the word for that I love these days is the old Greek antagonia. So word antagony, meaning, well, antagonism. It's just like when you realize you're going to go completely idiotic by just being around people who think like you all the time. The thing to do is to maybe you should just leave that box, go out there in the world and find people who do not think like you. And why not go for those who do not at all think like you while you're at it? And that is actually the beginning of intelligence. If you look at it, say a microscope, you got like two little life forms sort of next to each other, and they sort of try to communicate, and they're kind of scared of each other, a bit like these Zoom bombers who tried to join us here before, and we kicked them out. Just like you see two life forms like in a microscope. They go, it's really trippy when you look at in the microscope. It's just like they go, and they try to find out whether they dare to communicate one another or not. And you realize in the simplest life forms, memory has to be part of the whole game. There has to be some kind of memory involved. When the membranes touch each other, you try to find out whether this is somebody you want to talk to or not. That's why having a bad experience like getting raped means you get a memory of being raped. So you kind of watch out for people who might rape you, unless you love being raped, of course. But that's what life forms do. So you create a memory, and then memory will then gradually learn so that you are more and more comfortable with people you communicate with. Now, of course, if even the simplest life forms then realize that if I communicate, people will only give me exactly what I think I should get, you become a baby because you suck a tit and you don't really have a life on your own. And that's exactly where most people end up today with the go-to echo chambers. They end up tit seeking, sucking a tit and getting exactly what they expected. And that's not life at all. Like Sigmund Freud said, that's just mortido. That's just death drive. That's just like a life that dare not even kill itself. It's just nothing there at all. So the opposite of the echo chamber would then to go outside of it. And this is where this beautiful word antagony comes in. Antagony means you actually start interacting with people who do not think like you at all, who do not have your background or anything like that, but especially do not think like you. The fact that we can communicate with people who don't look like us should be an absolutely, obvious thing by now. You come from another culture, you have a different gender for me, great. That's exciting. But antagony, in the sense that I interact with people who don't think like me at all, is the beginning of intelligence itself. You can't be intelligent unless you're constantly being challenged. And of course, we should just basically, number one, teach the kids at school, or Alexa should teach them when they're even younger, that if you actually dare to interact with those who are very different from yourself, you'll become intelligent and you'll be ahead of everybody else. Actually, if we're ruthless about it in a sort of Marxist Nietzschean sense, this means we're actually creating a new class society here. And this class society, I've worked on it for the last 30 years, is essentially one where those who stay within the echo chamber become the underclass. They might be the masses. In that case, we have a tragedy ahead of us. But, the minority that dare to go out there and try to be constantly challenged will obviously be so ahead in the overall game that's the future. So it's not just television that died. I think Internet 1.0 died. Another name for that is the influencer. Girls, mostly girls, at least they're successful with Instagram. 80% of the world's Instagram accounts are female. But the problem has been a lot of these girls be foolish with this idea that they should just stay in a realm of shoes and makeup and talk about shoes and makeup. And then they get a lot of followers because you count the clicks. Okay, anytime in history you start counting the quantity rather than the quality, you lose it very quickly. We don't do that here. We were perfectly happy to be 14 people and do something rather than having 600,000 people following us on a blind TV show, which is a strength, right? So if you go for the quantity, which we fostered people to do, when they went online, you become an influencer. What do? You talk about shoes and makeup all the time. And eventually somebody says, you should monetize. Isn't that the most evil word ever? Monetize yourself. It's just that you should monetize yourself. I mean, don't tell people what you actually think. Don't do anything of the stuff you did to find the followers and hundreds of thousands of people actually were inspired by you. No, do as we tell you and we'll give you money. There's another word for that. It's called whoring. Okay, that's why this is termed insta-whore out there. Right. So I'm an influencer. I got 70 different sponsors who sponsor whatever I do, meaning I don't mean anything I ever say. I don't mean anything I ever recommend. I'll just do whatever they tell me to do because I want the money. Okay, wasn't that capitalism in its worst form anyway? And isn't it now obvious for any kid out there that's what capitalism does on its own? Capital is wonderful as a means of communicating value. Yeah, because I can trade with anybody in the world, and bazaars are wonderful. But when capitalism itself becomes its own goal, it just becomes money and money accumulation. We become stupid idiots. And I think this transfer from the influencer to the YouTuber, essentially, and what I mean with YouTuber here is the guys out there who actually become the older brothers and the older sisters and they get followers. For example, one of the guys I work with the team here, Peter, he's wonderful because we were working a lot with the China-Hong Kong dichotomy. I essentially think that the invasion of Hong Kong is going on at the moment is just Poland 1939 all over again. And if you want to find somebody out there who's truly evil, is Xi Jinping, the dictator of China. But when we look at the picture, the way Peter over here finds out what's going on in China, he doesn't look at the news at all. You don't look at news any longer. He just finds these YouTubers who live inside China and they tell him exactly what's going on. And they take him on, on their motorbike, whatever, through Shanghai in the morning. And they go through all these like 14 different blocks of houses and typically how they live, which is of course the proper China. So you get an insight into what that world looks like and what it's like to live in an affluent society that happens to be a dictatorship. And this is, to me, the future. I think the YouTubers will take over everything. They kill politics, going to kill academics, going to kill old industry. And we're going to look at them as what I would call, in a religious way, the lesser gods. Like the saints and the idols of our age are the YouTubers. And I find that incredibly refreshing. Incredibly refreshing. And they are obviously the ones eventually that will go into the antagonic, that will also always encourage the discussion, the dialogue with somebody who's totally opposed to anything they say or do. I lost track of time. So Rachel or anybody else, you got to cut me short when I'm running over time, okay?
Well, actually, this is right at the end of your talk. And let's let Ashley introduce the next guest. I think you guys might know each other.
Okay, great. Yeah.
And
Can I
just
finish one thing?
Of course you can.
Okay. Looking forward to the 2020s and tying in where Miss Metaverse ended up so beautifully, I would say the struggle and the fight for the free and open algorithm is going to be everything going forward the next 10 years. We're going to see a massive hackers revival. And that's my point.
Thank you. Yeah, wow. You are an inspiration to me. I thought there weren't very many people that had like this vitalistic energy that were even doing this kind of thing. And then I heard about you and oh my God. So thank you for gracing us with your presence.
I'm gonna ping pong it over to Narayan because there's a poetic relationship between Narayan and our next speaker. So let's have Narayan take this stage.
For sure. So I'm super excited to introduce Peter Lindbergh tonight. How do I even describe Peter Lindbergh? I think I would start by pointing to an arena that he is currently cultivating called the Stoa. With the start of COVID, Peter has been following his inner daemon, which is sort of guiding him on this mission. I don't know exactly where his mission is going, but he has created the Stoa, which is like this meeting place for Stoics, philosophers, maybe rationalists, complexity thinkers, people of all shapes and sizes, to have discussions about what is most meaningful in the world. And I feel like I've been on the periphery watching Peter put these things together. And it's just incredible the type of community that is coming out of this space. Tonight, Peter's going to have a bit of a discussion on what is, I think it's called Canceling the Cancel God. And so I'm a friend of Peter's. We've gone to retreats together. And I feel like our relationship is something like, I keep catching glimpses of Peter chasing his daemon. And I'm just following along with a video camera saying, oh my gosh, what's going to happen next? This is so cool. And so tonight is one of those moments, and I'm really excited to watch what Peter brings for us tonight. And so without further ado, Peter, feel free to unmute yourself and introduce us to Canceling the Cancel God.
Can you hear me? Thumbs up. Be a good boy. Be a good girl. Say the right things at the right time in the right way. Be very careful not to offend, because now you are inherently offensive. Delete your old comments, your old threads, your old self. Get on your knees and start to apologize and apologize and apologize and apologize. Cancel culture was ostensibly birthed in social justice circles in a vampire's castle. The phenomenon spread across social media, then to legacy media. If you were not woke enough, you became broke enough, and you could not say sorry enough. What you did to support your livelihood was threatened. Many were in fear, and many did not say what they believed to be true. And if you cannot say what you believe to be true, you will not have the opportunity to find out where you could be wrong. Some say that cancel culture was a prestige economy designed to signal how woke one is. Canceling the problematic gave a verisimilitude of status and respect. University students in privileged safe spaces across the Western world were chanting in protest at who they thought were problematic. Many made fun of this. Some ignored it. Others in self-proclaimed dark corners of the web became culture war profiteers and made millions off it. But this is not the complete story, nor the interesting one. The story to tell here is what got summoned with those chants, because what got summoned is coming for us. In a religious fervor, those who deeply felt oppressed by forces outside their control chanted and chanted and chanted with a deep desire to cancel those who did them wrong. On the surface, this seemed innocent enough, but darkness was unfolding and a God emerged. A God that did not want to just cancel the problematic, but who wanted to cancel humanity itself. May God help us, because the cancel God was summoned, and now he wants to eat our truth. All right. So that was a sneak preview of the Cancel God, a piece that myself, Lubomir Arzov, are co-creating, and we're going to release. What we're going to do now, we're just going to do a brief introduction of ourselves and kind of talk about the piece, and then we're going to do a fun group activity related around cancellation and the Cancel God. So some of you might know me. I'm Peter Limberg. I'm a steward of a digital campfire called the Stoa, which is a place for us to cohere and dialogue, the nice edge of this very moment. I did some culture war analysis and cool stuff like that, mimetic tribes and whatnot. And now I'll hand it over to my brother Lubomir, who is the illustrator of that excellent drawing you just saw.
Oh, well, brief introduction to myself. I'm currently a director of a animated TV series, but I guess what relates me to my brother Peter is a short film I made about 3 years ago called In Shadow, a modern odyssey, which tracked what I propose as the collective unconscious unfolding and shattering in front of us as we may be going through some sort of a overall holistic systematic renewal. So yeah, I'm a visual artist mainly.
Yeah, if you have not watched In Shadow, do yourself a favor and just log off this right now and watch that, because that's fucking dope, that animation. So yeah, how do you want to do this? Want to just share our kind of, I'll share my thoughts, or
yeah, how it emerged. I think how you had this download of the concept, and then we elaborated into it, elaborated and discovered what this Cancel God cult feels.
Yeah, I had some notes I was going to riff off. Yeah. So I guess I'll give like my thoughts on the culture war snapshot, and then I want to hear what you think about it, and then we can kind of do the group thing. So I'm sure no one's a stranger to the whole kind of cancel culture phenomenon, and sort of like the main drivers of it, whether you want to call it the Blue Church or the Cathedral or woke neoliberalism. There's a narrative pressure to speak in a certain way with institutional backing that will threaten your livelihood if you do not conform to it. And there's this countervailing force in the noosphere with, like I say, this constellation of mimetic tribes, reactionary mimetic tribes, whether they're the manosphere, neo-reactionary, alt-right, you name it, that are sort of like, going to head. Then you got this like alt-centrist, nuanced intellectual dark web, like it's like throwing nuanced porn at us to kind of like take it easy. And then I would say that there's like this meta layer that I would probably belong to, the sense making web, the Stoa, myself, Raven here, Jordan Hall. We're trying to like stay above the fray and look at all this. And I think with this cancel God piece, it's like, so like what we said in the, in sort of like when you were reading it, the idea is that cancel culture, this hatred of just canceling people, just summoned a God that got untethered from woke purity. And now it wants to cancel humanity itself. And how it does that is, if we're afraid to speak our truth, we cannot get into dialogue with each other or dialogos. And if we cannot get into dialogue with each other, we cannot talk about how to collectively address our most pressing issues, or what they call the meta crisis, the existential risks that threaten us. And that's the end goal. That's what the cancel God wants. Doesn't want us to speak our truth, doesn't want us to get the dialogue, because then we're fucked. And so the idea, the way I see it, is sort of like create this superordinate meme, and mythologize this phenomena that everyone's kind of experiencing. Even my friends on the progressivist left, social justice activists, they don't like this shit either. They don't like cancel culture. So the idea is to create this meme out there that people can rally behind and see like, oh shit, there's actually we're in the presence of a nihilistic God. So yeah, that's my anything you want to
cool. Yeah, for sure.
Maybe get closer
to
it.
I think there's a power in anthropomorphizing this concept, because it makes it much more understandable and comprehensible. It's this, the way I see the cancel God is this aggregate disowned energy, this collective unconscious energy, mostly trauma, and this deep inability to handle inner discord or any sort of discomfort, which comes in the form of disagreement and alternative maps of reality. Alternative maps of reality really perturb the nervous system that is really beholden to a dominant narrative that they can just download and function under. And when there's no space, there's no inner space of holding other maps of reality and trying them on as in a way as different hats. And the identity is so deeply tied to that dominant downloaded narrative, especially when it's charged with the righteousness of fighting an enemy, whether real or unreal, imagined or created, or whether it's a psyop, whatever it is. That energy collectively from individuals who are unable to handle the complexity of reality as it's incoming, I feel that disowned energy comes into the collective cancel God, which then as an entity, you could argue that there's a psychic entity that people can tap into and be infused with that energy of resentment and slinging arrows at an enemy and see them fall. There's in my view, I'm seeing a vengeful mob mentality, which is sweetly satisfying in a negative pleasure kind of way. I can relate to that. I'm sure many people can relate to it. However, I'm using a lot of mythopoetic language. That's just the way things make sense to me. But it's in a way, it's a spell, and it's also a curse. It's a curse because I don't think many people choose it consciously. That's the extent that it's a curse, and also it's a spell because I think we can argue that some of these maps of reality are created. There are natural elements too, are created in a way to coerce individuals into silence and accepting the dominant narrative, whatever it is, or a tapestry of dominant narratives that really undermine and really do this service to the human spirit, as it should be evolving in complexity, understanding, and harmony between each other. I just wanted to touch upon a few other things. Is some things we kind of walked into exploring this cancel God is we noticed that it removes, through its dictates, through its cultic sort of the canon of its cult, it removes agency. It removes the agency to move in reality, make sense of reality by collecting a whole bunch of pieces, a whole bunch of data that informs the whole and the emergent reality as it's happening in the moment, by simply looking through the goggles of whatever framework is allowed and is rewarded, is exalted. Yeah, so being coerced into a model of reality, and it really taps into those of us who participate in hiding from the sight of the cancel God. I think it really plays into our own trauma. And what I think we've come down to is that shame, and the deep shame of being human, the deep shame of formative development, and that allows for a place where the cancel God, with its adepts of cancel, to get its hooks in, and that's when we can submit and it's come down to taking the physical knee down. Like it's come from the symbolic to the physical right now, where in the material realm, people are submitting, not only in their minds and hearts, but in their physically. So I think that's probably where I'll stop.
Like I'll have maybe one more thought, and then we'll do a little exercise. Did everyone see, like I'm such a boomer, I can't tell if I did that right, but did everyone see that image, like when I was reading it out loud, like the cancel God image? Can I get a thumbs from like maybe Bart? I just see his beautiful beard. Okay, cool. Yeah, so it's like, just to give the context, this is going to be a graphic article that we're creating, and we're going to submit it. Rebel Wisdom is going to do hopefully a piece afterwards. So I wrote it, Lubo illustrated it. We're going to launch this minimal viable meme out there and see what buzz it gets, and see if something more gets created from that. And so that illustration was just a piece of it. There's like a broader thing. And do you want to speak on more kind of like the different elements of what's going to be in the illustration, the people hiding, getting on one knees, and the boxes around their head? Or should we just...
Yeah, I feel words definitely do disservice to the immediate power of an image. But yeah, just the sake of community, I'll share. It's essentially, do you want to bring that image up just so people have context?
Sure.
But yeah, it's a pretty, we're trying to keep it simple and direct. Right now, we just have one piece of the illustration, but it's meant to illustrate the major players in this drama of cancellation, which really I think is millennia old. You get canceled if you don't abide, whether it's your life or your anything of worth. But it's essentially, it is the insatiable spirit of the malnourished cancel God who will never have enough, as it swallows the truth of everyone that dares to speak it, or will most likely withhold it. Around the God are the adepts of cancel, who themselves, through their this own shadow, leak that shadow into its creation and its sustenance. They themselves are malnourished and hollow in this, maybe cruel portrayal, but yeah, and the rest of the piece will elucidate more as to the other players, those who are those who submit to the will and willingly disown the truth and download the dominant narrative, propagate it. We'll have those who hide on the sidelines, dearly holding on to dear life, not to be seen by this dark watchtower. And then we have the challengers who get essentially pulverized in a way that's the Medusa. The Medusa sees you when you raise your sword. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, and then we have a strategy on how to confront the cancel God, but you gotta wait till the article gets released. Okay, so we got what, 5-7 minutes? Let's do an exercise. So now Ryan's going to put us in rooms. I don't know, Ryan, like maybe 4 rooms or something like that. That'd be good. This is what we're going to do.
Wait, how many people do you want in each room?
I don't know. I think 6, something like that. 8, 6. I'll let you use your discernment. So this is what we're going to do. So whoever has their first letter in the alphabet will go first. Say something that will get you canceled, that you believe to be true, or that you just want to talk about, inquire about. Can you stop pressing record now? Because we might or just pause it. Hey, there we go.
I
So
have to run downstairs to pick up some food, but I will be right back. Just
Cool.
letting you
uh, so yes,
Also, breakout rooms will not be recorded.
yeah,
Breakout rooms don't get recorded.
no
as
recording.
well.
So no secret recordings either. Yeah, don't blackmail each other with secret recordings. So yeah, first person alphabetical, say something that will get you canceled, or you say something that you want to inquire into that will get you canceled, and then tag the next person to speak. And then you have the option to say pass. And if you do pass, you're probably strengthened this cancel god, you know, you're stronger. And then you say what you will get canceled, then you pass it to the next person, and then you just go around. And if there's time left, then you can have an open discussion. And then that will be the closing of the exercise. So if Narayan, if you can put people into groups.
Okay, and I'll bring people back in 6 minutes or so. So that'll be the time container. See you guys in 6. Tech, feel free to join a room if you want. I can hang out in the master room just to co-host in case anyone else joins.
I'm gonna bow out of a room because I haven't eaten since like this morning. So.
Well, come eat with me in the master room then.
What are you having?
My partner just brought me roti.
Hey. Yeah, I'm having like leftover pesto tortellini.
I'm jealous, man. I love roti. That's one of my favorite things in the whole world. Are you eating it with like a protein or anything, or is it just
It all seems pretty vegan to me.
cool?
Well, actually,
Awesome.
one of them has cheese.
Okay, so vegetarian maybe.
Mm.
A lot of ovo-lacto in your world. Yeah, I'll also help admit because we just had somebody come in.
Cool. Yep. Andre Jones.
Awesome sauce. I'm gonna mute myself. Holler if you need anything. I'll be around. I'm gonna be going back and forth between here and the breakout room.
Yep. Sounds good. Andre, we just admitted you. Welcome to the Zoom.
Hey.
People are currently in breakout rooms.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was here before when the room got hacked. I've just been waiting for the link.
Oh no.
It didn't get hacked. Someone posted publicly. So that's why people just search for Zoom links and invade them. So that's why there's a bunch of 12-year-olds on there.
What do you think are goes on behind people's head who is thinking about that? Like, who does that?
It's a mixture of boredom and immaturity. Like, it's some people consider it trolling, but it's more so like it's some parts of the internet where people just sort of, their kids have got nothing else to do. They think they're being funny by like blasting music and sort of coming in saying dick and other sort of Freudian humor.
I think there's more to it, right? Because at least I run a model of the world where people don't do things without reason, so they do things with reason, or they do things automatically, like habitually almost. And I don't think that people like have the habit of joining random Zoom links, so there must be a reason that makes sense to them.
And if you think of the stages of development as well that we go through, things that we think are funny or have meaning when we're a kid or a teenager don't have any meaning at all when in your 20s or 30s. So you think making poo jokes is like the most hilarious thing you can do, and then you get to your 20s and you make jokes about work, and then you get to your 30s, you make jokes about existentialism.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, like, depending on which framework of adult development or human development you're using, like, I'm curious about the stage at which this makes sense, and I'm drawn towards the socialized mind, one where one sense of meaning is given to them extrinsically. And so if you're the type of person who takes your meaning extrinsically from your social environment, and your friends think this is funny, then in order for you to like upgrade your status or to like impress your friends, or because it seems like an accepted thing to do, you would join.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if that's the answer, because I don't know how many of the people joined together. Like, it seemed like people were coming in from all across the world, and maybe my mental model of these people is like sitting by themselves doing this.
I think it's a 4chan thing, the website 4chan. It's like where all the spam posters and trolls and stuff hang around. So if someone finds the link, they just post it up and a bunch of people join. Or I think by now people they've cottoned on to the idea that if you search for like Google and it's Zoom dot whatever, you can search for open Zoom sessions which aren't sort of privatized. So they just do that. And because of COVID-19, it's a more recent thing. So not only have they got the opportunity and the like the reasoning to do it because they're bored and they're isolated at home, but it's become a more modern, frequent thing.
Yeah. Well, you and I both have the same opportunity as these people. We could be the people that jump into somebody else's Zoom room and go, I'm going to play Big Booty Bitches.
Yeah.
But we don't. And we're not even neutral to it. We're like, that just seems like a bad idea.
Also, I come from the background of, I did used to troll people, but back when it actually had a meaning, it was a psychological thing. It was, you make someone irrationally annoyed when they shouldn't be, and they get all wound up. And then you walk away thinking, haha, I've made them angry over something really dumb. But now it's just like, play loud music, swear, call someone a Nazi, call someone a racist, and then it's more like triggering them, really. It's not actually anything, there's no finesse to it. There's no artistry. But is it artistry towards fooling someone? I guess you could have a con man versus a mere or charlatan versus just a mere liar, if you broke it down philosophically or psychologically even.
Yeah. And so the Zoom rooms are currently closing, but I would really love to like continue to delve into the meaning of that as well with you. So maybe we'll message after.
That was hilarious.
So on that note, what a great way. I mean, I guess that's a matter of opinion, but that was an interesting way for that to cut off. That was really fun and cool. Thanks for everybody who contributed just now. It takes a lot of bravery to put yourself out there like that, even in a private session. So we really appreciate it. So yeah, Rachel, I guess it's back to you.
Or Peter, did you have anything that you wanted to say to wrap up your section before we move into the next phase?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, just thank you for everyone for listening and being here, and then challenging the cancel god, at least privately, getting those reps in before we have to take them on later on. And yeah, the article will be released probably within 2 weeks, so just stay tuned for that.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Oh, Rachel, you're muted.
Yeah, so I wanted to say like thank you again, Peter. Just if you guys don't know, like Peter was the one who encouraged me to start this event. I was in like a private chat with him and Alexander Bard and Colin Morris, and he's like, you should start, you know, like this digital Burning Man, but like for heterodox thinkers. And I'm like, that's what I do in real life. Might as well do it on the internet. So thank you, Peter, for encouraging me. And thank you for that amazing breakout session. I love the idea of people talking to each other candidly and not having to worry about being canceled while talking about being canceled. So this is a safe space for the heretics, and I like it. And speaking of heretics,
This is Rachel. It's an honor to serve the philosopher queen. So you know you're very welcome.
oh yeah, the philosopher queens are growing. We have a kingdom that we are building, and we would like all of you to join our kingdom because this is a force that is going to continue. We have many philosopher queens here, and we're taking over. We're taking over. So I'm speaking of philosopher queens. I know a girl named Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn Townsend. I think I'm pronouncing her last name right. She was a friend of mine from Australia who also was a philosopher and who also ran a record label and a book publishing company. And one of the things that she did, like through all of her adventures, was create these videos. And one of them was called Dionysus, and I would like to play it.
Friedrich Nietzsche is well known for his proclamation that God is dead. But can an immortal idea ever truly perish? Or does it merely change form, recreating itself anew in every epoch or cultural milieu? Dionysus, Nietzsche's favorite mythological figure, is undoubtedly one that can be reborn, just as Christ is also believed to have risen from the dead. This is, however, not the real crux of the issue. What is implicit in Nietzsche's conception of Dionysus is the problem of whether or not religion and mythology can also undergo a rebirth, and that resurrection itself can be a form of eternal recurrence. It is well known that most of the early writings of the German philosopher, Friedrich Nietzsche, revolve around a prognosis of duality concerning the two Hellenic deities Apollo and Dionysus. What is less known, however, is the complex relationship Nietzsche creates between mythology, religion, and culture. To fully understand how this impacts on his theories of culture, society, and politics, it is imperative first to understand his views on religion and mythology. All of the elements of Nietzsche's philosophy need to be examined in conjunction to visualize the complete picture. When considered in isolation, they appear contradictory to some readers. The Apollo and Dionysus pairing first appears in The Birth of Tragedy. It is subsequently modified by Nietzsche in his later works, and the characteristics of the god Apollo are reflected and absorbed by his polar opposite, Dionysus. This transition begins in The Birth of Tragedy, in which Nietzsche first establishes this theory of two different forces entwined in human nature as the Apollonian and the Dionysian. Though this topic has been examined frequently by philosophers, it has not been examined sufficiently in terms of its relation to the Greek myths which pertain to the two gods in question. Religion, for Nietzsche, has both its beginning and end in Hellenic mythology. Unsurprisingly, the Hellenic tradition was one of Nietzsche's areas of academic focus. His interest in this area of research is also illustrated in his exploration of the use of mythology as a tool by which to shape culture. Nietzsche's first major work, The Birth of Tragedy, draws heavily from Greek myth and literature, and also contains much of the groundwork upon which he would develop his later premises. Setting the tone at the very beginning of The Birth of Tragedy, Nietzsche writes,
"We shall have gained much with the science of aesthetics, once we perceive not merely by logical inference, but with the immediate certainty of vision, that the continuous development of art is bound up with the Apollonian and Dionysian duality, just as procreation depends on the duality of the sexes, involving perpetual strife with only periodically intervening reconciliations. The terms Dionysian and Apollonian we borrow from the Greeks, who disclose to the discerning mind the profound mysteries of their view of art, not, to be sure, in concepts, but in the intensely clear figures of their gods. Through Apollo and Dionysus, the two art deities of the Greeks, we come to recognize that in the Greek world, there existed a tremendous opposition."
Several of Nietzsche's ideas are built upon this initial foundation, and ultimately derived from a Hellenic perspective. However, this was not a unique concept, and Nietzsche's ideas did not develop in isolation. These concepts evolved from earlier, pre-existing sources, which were very much in vogue within the German academic circles of his era. Greek history was a prestigious area of research, referred to collectively as Germanic Philhellenism, which was a form of cultural revival in which Germans looked back to ancient Greece for sources of inspiration to invigorate their contemporary culture. Altertumswissenschaft was also a popular academic discipline in Germany, because it was not overtly political along the lines of nation and religion, and was able to provide a utopian intertwining of Germany and Greece. At the time, ancient Greece was revered as the pinnacle of European culture, and by emulating certain aspects, many academics sought to invigorate contemporary Germanic culture. Vasilis Lambropoulos writes that these new educated Germans saw themselves as the modern Greeks, the inheritors of ancient culture. As a consequence of this Hellenic revival, many theories began to emerge, which were not inherently religious, but did draw strong parallels between Hellenic tradition, religion, and civilization. This era of Germanic Philhellenism began with the works of J.J. Winckelmann, who claimed that the path to Germanic greatness lay in imitating the ancients, the Greeks in particular, and the generation of German thinkers reconstitutes its image of German identity and its possibilities. Winckelmann's depiction of Hellenic Greece, therefore, was not only an academic work but also a cultural one, providing a powerful counterimage to the political and cultural particularism of the German states in the earlier 19th century and beyond. In contrast to Nietzsche, Winckelmann's New Germanic Greece was based on a sedate, peaceful, and classical society. This view retained dominance in academic circles until it was challenged by the release of Friedrich Kreutzer's symbolism and mythology of the ancients, especially the Greeks. This book portrayed a very different depiction of ancient Greece, that uncovered a hidden history of bloody sacrifices, intoxicating orgies, primitive hunting rites, and other liturgies that burst asunder Winckelmann's dreams. Kreutzer described a fundamental opposition in Hellenic tradition between the later Olympian gods of Homer and the earlier chthonic deities connected to the earth and the underworld. As a contrast to Winckelmann's Apollo, the dark god Dionysus was born into Germanic philosophy, becoming the demiurge who was the creation of the material world and became intertwined with its suffering. Kreutzer also inspired Johann Jacob Bachofen to write essay on the symbolism of ancient tombs, the Mother Rite, and the Saga of Tanaquil. Bachofen reworked Kreutzer's idea and established an opposition between earth-based, feminine forces and masculine, sky-based forces, which is in an obvious parallel to Kreutzer's original paradigm of chthonic and Olympian deities. Before the composition of The Birth of Tragedy, Nietzsche had encountered the works of both Bachofen and Kreutzer. Despite reading Kreutzer, however, Nietzsche only mentioned him once, during his early Basel lectures. Bachofen's influence on Nietzsche is excruciatingly apparent. The opposition Bachofen cites between Apollo and Demeter is analogous with Nietzsche's own Apollo/Dionysus pairing. Changing Demeter to Dionysus was a deliberate correction on Nietzsche's part, because Hellenic imagery from Delphi depicts Apollo and Dionysus as being worshipped in tandem. Thus, for Nietzsche, Bachofen's opposition of the sun/sky/male to lunar/earth/female erects a false dichotomy. The Uranic/chthonic pairing was more complex, and it occurred between two male gods connected with the processes of higher cognition and creative vitality. Moreover, Nietzsche's own preference is for the darker, chthonic component of the dyad Dionysus, which is considered to be inferior to the Uranic model espoused by Bachofen. Bachofen associated Dionysus with virile male sexuality connected to the earth, and thus with the first, Tellurian, and the second, which Bachofen designates as matriarchal, stages of existence because he believes Dionysus is connected to Demeter. Whilst Dionysus is associated with the earth and fertility, he is also associated with the arts, the sun, and death. Demeter is more closely associated with agriculture and the earth, while Dionysus' symbolism is more abstract and complex. Demeter is also more appropriately designated to fertile earth, telluric, while Dionysus represents the aspect below the earth and ground, chthonic. Although both refer to the earth, one refers to the tangible firmament of the soil, the other to an intangible domain located beneath the earth. Gender dyad that equates to masculine versus feminine gender preferences. Moreover, there are broader issues involved with ascribing male and female sexuality to the two gods. Firstly, if gods existed, they would be beyond human form. Thus it is extremely reductionist to attempt to inscribe mortal biology onto a supernatural entity who does not even possess a corporeal form. Secondly, there is a human tendency to seek patterns in nature, which are, in fact, not present. This need to fabricate connections and correspondences leads to reductionism, faulty reasoning, and flawed logic. To reduce gods, nature, and civilization down to a rigid polarity based on human sexuality is not only absurdly anthropocentric, it also deprives nature of its inherent complexity, reducing concepts to an extraordinarily simplistic black and white or binary view of the world. By correcting these perceived imperfections, Nietzsche came to be the most well-known representative of this lineage of German Philhellenism, having surpassed and excelled both his predecessors Winckelmann and Bachofen, for as Max Bohmer remarks,
The tradition of Dionysus and the Dionysian in German literature from Hamann and Herder to Nietzsche, as it has been set forth for the first time from aesthetic manifestos, from literary works, and from what today are obscure works of natural philosophy and mythology, bears eloquent witness to the natural, mystical, and ecstatic stance of German romanticists which reached its final culmination in the works of Friedrich Nietzsche.
it was Nietzsche who fully established the tension and dialectic between Dionysus Zagreus of the wild Dithyrambos, full of labyrinth, and the god of light Phoebus Apollo, the disciplined, well-ordered Paean. This is laid out in The Birth of Tragedy, where Nietzsche directs his critique against Philhellenic classicism and Winckelmann's dream of Apollonian purity by recreating a different vision of ancient Greece, one that is archaic, rather than classical. The repercussions of this would later be echoed by Walter F. Otto, Martin Heidegger, Alfred Bibler, Weimar Republic thinkers, and many others. In addition to being inspired by the Greeks, Nietzsche was also profoundly influenced by Schopenhauer. It is only by examining Schopenhauer that the intricate nature of Nietzsche's will to power, and the relationship to Dionysus can be fully understood. Schopenhauer believed that dealing with death was the first, and most essential, the function of any authentic religious tradition. The Dionysian element present in Nietzsche's writing is partially a response to the Schopenhauerian philosophy of redemption. According to Schopenhauer, both Judaism and Greco-Roman paganism were failed religions because they lacked a properly developed doctrine of immortality. Nietzsche sought to solve the issue by proving that Hellenic tradition did provide this belief, for Dionysus, like Christ, is a dying god. He dies, but is reborn through sacrifice. Schopenhauer's The World as Will and Representation also exerted an enormous influence on Nietzsche, but Nietzsche believes the will is positive, and he associated it with the Dionysian element. Dionysus is used as a symbol for both will and representation, which, according to Sokol, is where Dionysus symbolizes the unconscious, and the will to power manifests as dynamic energy in eternal flux and change, the Heraclitean panta rhei. The will, therefore, is a fathomless reservoir of vital primordial power. Since Dionysus is chthonic, Nietzsche also believes the will is likewise located below the surface of the mind, and is therefore associated with the subconscious. In The Gay Science, Nietzsche openly acknowledges the power inherent within the subconscious.
Only now do we discover the truth that the greatest part of our intellectual activity lies in the unconscious. The unconscious becomes a source of wisdom and knowledge that can reach into the fundamental aspects of human existence, while the intellect is held to be an abstracting and falsifying mechanism that is directed, not toward truth but toward mastery and possession.
Nietzsche also makes other alterations to the earlier Apollo/Dionysus dyad, and Apollo gradually appears to fade into insignificance altogether, and his figure appears to have been superseded by Dionysus. Despite Apollo's conspicuous absence, he is still present since any apparent opposition betwixt them is illusory, with the pairing echoing a mutual symbiosis, or even a relationship based on commensalism. Thus, Apollo is still present encapsulated within Nietzsche's transposition of Dionysus. What begins as a dichotomy in the birth of tragedy transforms into a synthesis in Nietzsche's later works, with the name Dionysus being used to refer to the unified aspect of both Apollo and Dionysus, in what Nietzsche perceives to be their ultimate manifestation. This union is, according to Nietzsche, symbolized in art, and especially in Greek tragedy. Greek tragedy portrays the union of the Apollonian and Dionysian, a union in which Dionysian passion and dithyrambic madness merge with Apollonian measure and lucidity, and original chaos and pessimism are overcome in a tragic attitude that is affirmative and heroic. What Nietzsche describes is the syncretism of Apollo and Dionysus in equal quantity, wherein the two art drives must unfold their powers in a strict proportion, according to the law of eternal justice. To derive ultimate mastery of the creative process, one must harness both the impulses represented by Apollo and Dionysus, the instinctual urge and raw creative power of Dionysus, coupled with the potent skill of Apollo's craftsmanship, or, more precisely, the subconscious creative power of the will coupled with learned ability. This infers that, for Nietzsche, at least, art is a manifestation of the will to power, or the art of becoming. This concept of the artist as a creator, and of the creative process portrayed as a manifestation of the will, is a core component of Nietzsche's thought. It is the artist, the creator, who diligently scribes the new value tables. Nietzsche, therefore, announces a new form of artist who prefers to diligently craft human society by philosophizing, shaping the world with a sculptor's hammer. This artist is also referred to as the Übermensch by Nietzsche. It is the Übermensch, the artist as a leader, that demonstrates the unification and perfection of the Dionysian, and the Apollonian as the manifestation of the will.
Wow. I just want to like process that for a minute. Yeah. So much to I don't even want to like say too much because I feel like that was just like so incredible on its own. What are you thinking, Ashley? Ashley.
She's there. We can't hear you though. You're muted. Yep.
I was muted. There's so much richness, and I love the fact that we have this huge long chat about this, and we have folks wondering if there's a link available.
Gwendolyn, is there a link for that? If there is, could you post it in the chat? If not, then I guess there's not a link. Maybe there will be a link soon.
Yeah, we'll be looking for that. So I think you guys are ready for Sarah Fletcher. Do you have anything you want to add about Sarah, Rachel?
Is Sarah here?
No, Sarah.
I'm just here. Sarah, she's a flaky. Let's go to David George. David George, so you're going to be going right before Robin Hanson, who is doing the Q&A. So just maybe like 10, 15 minutes. I hate to like cut you short, but I just want to like have you aware that You know?
You're good. Actually, I checked out
Yeah.
the itinerary. I expected it to be around 10 minutes, so that's perfect.
Ah, well, David George is a really good friend of mine. I met him in the goth scene. He was 18, Santa Cruz. We were dancing at a club together. And ever since then, we've just been really close and we've converged on similar political and cultural interests. And let's give the floor to David George.
I appreciate that. Yeah, actually, you guys are very fortunate to know Rachel. Like, honestly, definitely one of the most rational and intelligent people I know. So definitely have to give it up to Rachel. Now, here's what I'd like to talk about today, guys. Today, unfortunately, guys, I wish my topic was more controversial. I guess it's a very kind of lighthearted topic, right? So yeah, so don't be disappointed if it's not as controversial as I normally am, but let's begin here. Now, today, we're going to talk about a new movement, which I am starting. This movement is called the Save the Turtles movement. Now, wait a minute, let me tell you, don't worry, just listen for a second. Now, I can guarantee that by the year of 2025, that no sea turtle which is born will ever have to come in contact with any plastic or any other type of human waste. And all that I need is for every single person to donate $1. And the way that we'll raise this money is we'll hold periodic marches. And these marches will to raise awareness, to get more people in on it. And as this picks up, definitely by the year 2025, no sea turtle will ever come in contact with trash. Now, so I have a question. By a show of hands, how many of you guys would be willing to give $1 a year if you knew that we could save sea turtles from trash and plastic? Raise your hand if that's you. Would you give $1 to that? Okay, so it seems like support is unanimous. Now, next thing I'd like to say is that there are a few more things as well, which I've also added to this initiative. In addition to saving the sea turtles, what you'd also be doing is you'd be making abortion more readily available for all Americans. You would also be abolishing the border wall. You'd also be subsidizing the cost of marriage for same-sex couples. And I have a question for you guys. Given the fact that, my bill is called the Save the Turtles movement, if I go over to, let's just say, our brothers and sisters who identify as, more conservative, do you think that they would be willing to support my Save the Turtles movement? Personally, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think so. Now, some may say that they don't want to support the turtles because they don't like turtles, because they're very hateful people. I mean, what kind of a cold-hearted person would not want to donate money to the Save the Turtles movement? I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it's not that they don't like the turtles. It's that it's all the other things which are added to the movement. You see, there's a movement which is currently going on throughout the US. I'm not going to name it by name, but I will say that it has a lot of similarities between my movement to save the turtles. This movement is framed in such a way so that if you are a conservative, you're not allowed to play. And if you say that you don't support that movement, then ladies and gentlemen, do you know what they call you? They call you a racist, they call you a bigot, and they call you a host of all these other names. But you know what I believe? I believe that if we want real change, then the movement cannot entail issues which we know that those across the aisle are not willing to accept. So I'll just come out and say it. Here's the best way to cause social change in a particular demographic. The best thing to do is to make sure that whether the issues or whether the opinions of the people tend to lean more towards the left or more towards the right, but when they come together to discuss those community issues, they check those politics at the door. I want to clarify something here. I'm not saying that issues such as abortion, access to gay marriage, immigration reform, I'm not saying those issues are not important. They are important. But what I'm saying is that the venue to discuss those is effectively between the Democrats and the Republicans. Now, when a person shows up and says, you know what, I'm concerned about my community, that person can either be Democrat or Republican. But in today's day and age, at least in our country, we are told that if you're going to be a Republican, then you have to have a particular skin color. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that's wrong. The reason why, I'll tell you why. Actually, I'll just give you an example. Personally, I grew up in Inglewood, and throughout my life, I know that most people that I talk to in the area, they've been told that, you know what, we got to vote Democrat. We got to vote Democrat. They have our interest at hand and things like that. But what we have to really consider, though, is that there are effectively, let's talk about evangelicals, right? There are many things which Democrats stand for, which don't necessarily align well with evangelical beliefs. So what I'm saying is that those African Americans should be free to vote their conscience, and they shouldn't be considered any less Black just because they are voting in alignment with what they believe. Now, many fear that, like, oh, you know what, if you're African American, you're conservative, it means you don't care about the community. That's not true. What I've come to find is conservative, in fact, let's not even talk about skin color here. Let's talk about conservatives in general. See, what I found is that conservatives are just as concerned with the state of our country as those who are liberals. The only difference, my friends, is in the solutions. You see, I'll give you an example here. So let's talk about police reform, right? Now, many on the left, they believe that it's important to defund the police. They believe that it's important to divert those funds, to more community, community programs to, benefit people and things like that. Now, those on the right, they lean more towards individual responsibility. They believe, you know what, we need to add more accountability. In fact, the reason why we know this is true is because I believe it was about 2 days ago, Senate Republicans came up with a very good bill, I must say. It was about police reform. It banned chokeholds. It added, additional funding for body cameras and things like that. And they left the door open for those on the other side of the aisle to talk about it as well. Unfortunately, even though the left was given 20 amendments, they rejected the bill. And the reason why they rejected it is so that they could play politics. Because if they accepted the bill and came to the table, what would the narrative be? The narrative would be that Republicans care just as much about the people as the Democrats do. And they couldn't have that be the case, especially not in an election year. Now, I'm not trying to rag on one party over the other. I'll also say that some of my conservative brothers and sisters, they make a few errors as well. On the conservative front, I believe that sometimes many conservatives don't realize the systemic aspects of racism, which have existed in the system for a long time. I think that's important to look at as well. But I think that we need a good balance here, right? Like, it shouldn't be like, oh, you know what, either Republicans are right or the Democrats are right. But I think that a solution, which is actually workable, it has to actually include aspects of both sides. We cannot just dismiss the opposite side and say, hey, those guys over there are crazy, let's not deal with them. So let me tell you what a solution would probably look like from both sides, right? And I'm running out of time here, but I'll try to make it fast. Democrats would say, hey, you know what? We need to definitely throw a lot of money at this issue and things like that. And Republicans will say, well, wait a minute. People are throwing a lot of money, but what about personal responsibility, right? I want to clarify something. When we look at the systemic aspects of racism within our country, we don't realize that to save money, to invest money wisely, right? that's not learned. See, that's actually taught. And for the most part, it's passed down from generation to generation, right? However, if the system has been set up in such a way which has disenfranchised a certain group, they're not going to know these skills, right? It's not that they don't know it because of their ethnicity, they don't know it because they were never taught. One of my teachers at UC Santa Cruz used to always say, common sense is not common sense is taught. So if a Republican were to have his say in regards to the legislation, he would say, okay, Democrats, fine. Let's add a little bit of money there. But at the same time, though, let us add programs in the community which teach the skills which these people never learned, these very important skills which they never learned due to the systemic racism in our country. Only then will we find out that it doesn't matter the skin color of the person, every single person is equally capable. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. So we have about 5 people in the chat that want you to run for president. We're voting David George for 2020. We want you to come back and do this more. You have our votes.
You know, I thank you for inviting me. I've enjoyed being here.
I am so glad that you came, and I want you to keep on coming. And I think I can speak for my friends here at Elixir when I say that you are a very welcome addition to this community. And with that, I'm going to introduce our keynote speaker. He might need no introduction to some of you. His name is Robin Hanson. He is a professional contrarian economist, a professional contrarian economist who teaches at George Mason University. He is going to be giving a talk on who owns you, right? Who owes you? Who owes you? Robin, tell us about that.
Who vouches for you is
Who
my
vouches
topic.
for you? That's right, who
Exactly.
vouches for you. Yes.
Okay, so hi everyone. I'm going to present sort of a radical proposal for redoing criminal law. It's not in the Overton window now, but the world might be more open to the idea now. You might be more open, so let's just get into it. Law is one of the greatest inventions of humanity. Informal law that foragers had for 1 million years, and then in the last 10,000 years, civilization, formal law. It's this wonderful, powerful thing. For most of that 10,000 years, law was pretty similar all across the world. Basically, there was a court with a judge, and there were one party complained about another, and the parties were treated symmetrically from the point of view of the court, and they each had to collect their own evidence, and that was treated symmetrically. And one side asked for cash and compensation usually. The law was simple enough for everybody to understand. You usually didn't need lawyers, and you didn't even need enforcement in the sense that the main enforcement was a threat of being an outlaw. If you didn't follow what the court said, the court would declare that anybody could do whatever they wanted to you. The biggest problem that ancient law dealt with was like bandits or pirates, people far away and disconnected from people who went out of their way to take advantage of people and hide their evidence, hide their location, hide their assets. But ancient law dealt with those okay through the mechanisms of basically large fines, and if they couldn't pay it, selling them into slavery, and if you couldn't get enough money that way, take it from their relatives. Those were mostly sufficient. But in the last few hundred years, the modern world invented big state governments, and one of the big things governments have done is police and prison, i.e. government-run criminal law. And the key distinguishing feature here is that the government says it's the harmed party. It pays the money for the investigations. It pays the money to punish people. It has its whole bureaucracy, and this bureaucracy can coordinate well in the sense of deciding what it does. But the problem is, because it's a big bureaucracy, it's not very efficient or adaptive or innovative. Just like if the government ran the food industry, it would not be very efficient or innovative. And it coordinates too well in the sense that it can excuse whoever it wants, whoever has political pull can get excused this process. You can also just use this process to punish whoever political process wants, and it can excuse itself. And that is sort of the fundamental problem with government-run criminal law. So I'm going to propose an alternative, and this problem's gotten worse over the last century, because now we have very complicated law. Now you need lawyers. Now you need expensive process most people can't afford. We have plea bargaining, which gives enormous power and leverage. And we have a lot more laws, which means basically they can find most everybody guilty of something. So I'm going to propose a change, and I have to, every change should not try to change everything. You should draw a circle around what you're changing, what you're not changing. So my circle is going to be, I will not change how the court decides whether someone's guilty when they're accused. We're going to leave the court process the same. I will not change the process that decides what is a crime, and for each crime, how strongly should it be punished, and how strongly should we make sure to catch the people who do it. That's going to be outside my circle. And inside my circle is the process by which we investigate crime, we sue to prosecute crime, and that we punish crime. And those things I'm going to change radically. And the key idea will be to privatize them, to sort of create a competitive process that will assure us that people are treated fairly and equally because of competition. And the inspiration will be to go back to a thing the ancients used to do, and maybe we should have done that instead of creating these big bureaucracies. So in the ancient world, if a stranger came to town, that was a problem because the stranger might leave town, and local law, if they threatened to punish them, wouldn't be so much of a punishment. So you were at risk dealing with a stranger without some other assurance. So a common practice was, if you were a stranger came to town, you'd get somebody in town to vouch for you. And that voucher would say, if this person does something, I'm on the hook. They may skip town, but I will be on the hook for whatever they do wrongs. And then you could trust them because somebody locally was vouching for them. And we do that today on the road. That is, we require everybody who drives to get automobile liability insurance. And that means if you have a crash with somebody and you don't have money to pay, this insurance company will stand ready to pay for you. They vouch for you. And we do vouching like things all through society, if you think about it, many different areas. But my proposal here is to make this central to the criminal law process. So here's my proposal. First of all, we're going to say that everybody must get a voucher to cover all their legal liability. That is, somebody may well, somebody has to stand ready to pay, not only if somebody sues you privately, but if you are convicted of a crime and have to pay a fine, they will pay your fine. That's just a rule. You have to have a voucher. And the other key part is that we will now enforce crimes via bounty hunters. So every crime, the legislature, et cetera, they will define for murder, robbery, whatever it is, there'll be a fine, how much you have to pay, and that can depend on context. If you and your voucher have to pay if you're found guilty, and there'll be a bounty, which might be equal to the fine, and that will be what's paid to whoever gets evidence, collects it, and goes to court and convinces the court that you are guilty, then they get paid the bounty. And so that's the key proposal here. So why does this help? So at the moment, we are all collectively deciding a lot of very sensitive issues about what counts as cruelty, what privacy you should be allowed to have, what sort of freedoms of movement you should have and who should have them, what sort of punishments are appropriate or allowed, who might be liable for what. All of these are collective decisions. They're very difficult, and we shouldn't be making them collectively. So my proposal is to make these decisions privately. So you and your voucher write a contract we will enforce, and the contract between you and your voucher will specify, if you're found guilty of robbery, what will the punishment be? You can specify prison, torture, exile, whatever you want, and we will enforce that deal. You chose it. In addition, you can specify your privacy rights, you can specify your freedom rights, whether you have an ankle bracelet, whether you have a curfew, and you can specify co-liability. You and your friends can get together and say, if any one of us are found guilty, all of us will be punished. And all of these mechanisms are a way that you and your voucher can decide on these things, and your premium will depend on that. So if you demand extreme freedoms and extreme rights to do things and low punishments if you're caught, then they will demand a high premium, and maybe you can't afford that. And so in the process of deciding what you can afford, you will decide, in a sense, even your constitutional rights. You will decide what rights you have. It's this process. And bounty hunters will no longer have the blue wall of silence. So today, again, we have this bureaucratic system that can excuse itself. That's a key problem people are noticing lately, but it's long been a problem. Basically, they can let each other off because no one else really can enforce it. But when you have bounty hunters, each bounty hunter is eager to get a bounty on another bounty hunter. Just like today, you can hire a lawyer to sue another lawyer. You can hire a private investigator to investigate another private investigator. In a competitive world of vouchers and bounty hunters, they can't collude very well if there's many of them that competing to break the law and then protect each other. They are all held to the law. So this is a world where the main discretion in enforcing the law is in the court, in the judge. Basically, if we put a law on the books and we put a bounty on it, then people will go. If you're found guilty, then people will go try to collect the bounty and they won't let you off because they want the bounty. So it would be a world where laws are consistently enforced. Whatever law you put down, you better mean it, because that's what we will actually enforce, and we will enforce it on whoever. And of course, outside the circle I've described, we have this other system that decides what's a crime and what the fine is, et cetera. And those fines can vary with things. So for example, if you're worried about rich people getting away with things for fines, you can just make the fines for rich people higher. If you're worried about some neighborhoods being neglected, you can make the fines there just as high or even higher. And when you set those fines, then that'll set the priority for the bounties, and that'll set the priority. And so this is the key concept here, is vouching. Now, I'm well aware that you guys have a bunch of problems that occur to you when you think of this. So I'm going to go through a couple of them now until my time's up. And then we will have a Q&A where you guys will raise more of them, okay? So let's go through all the problems you imagine might happen. So the first one you imagine is, well, what if I'm an ex-con, right? What if I just did a bunch of crimes? I've been guilty, like premiums are going to be high for me, right? Yes, they will be high for you. So you will have to accept, like people on parole today, you will have to accept more limited freedom. So say a worst case, you could go work on a logging farm in northern Minnesota, only leave the farm, logging camp once a week to go into town on an escorted trip. Your emails are read. You know what? Your premiums could be low because you're relatively low risk of causing harms. But that's because you've limited your freedoms. I already mentioned that the rich could be forced to pay higher fines. So if you make Bill Gates have to pay a $10 billion fine if he kills someone, well, then he's going to be discouraged from killing someone, just like you might be for 1 million. Enforcement discretion is no longer there for the police or the prosecutors, but you could leave it there for the judge. So if you want some degree of judging whether something is a bigger or lower problem and it can't really encode it in the rules, then the judges are the people to do that. There's an issue of commitment. That is, what if you looked good before and you had a vouching contract, but now you look worse and the voucher would like to run away from you? So how long-term is the commitment for the vouching contract? One approach would be to not make it long-term, but have some sort of public option. There's just some sort of public place. If you don't get some other voucher, then you just go there and you have to deal with whatever the public options terms are. Or we can make these long-term contracts. You can say, well, when you're 18, you're no longer under your parents' voucher and you now have to get your own voucher. And it's a big ceremony where we all decide, your parents make this long-term contract and they have to pay more for it because the voucher's on the hook until they can get a replacement. So if it turns out your risks go up and nobody else wants you at a lower premium, then they're stuck with you. So that would be another approach to keeping the long-term, making sure everybody still has a voucher. What if you don't have a voucher? That's the one crime for which we'd have to have some other punishment other than a fine. Because we need that to happen. And we need to make sure that it would be, checked. Like at the moment, we often let people drive on the roads without buying insurance like they're supposed to because we don't check very well. But if you have a sticker, say, on the car that shows that you have insurance, the proof of insurance, and now it's much easier to check. So we can do the similar things with people. We can require them to have some sort of, Wi-Fi electronically ID that lets you look it up and see whether they have a voucher. And that's the main thing you need to make sure. You could still protect their privacy. All you need is a way to look at a person, face recognition or some RFID, where you get a number. You can look it up and see that that number has a vouching contract associated with it, in which case that's what you need to know. Obviously, clients could make bad choices. Today, people potentially make bad choices about all sorts of things, who they marry, where they work, what city they live in. People could make a bad choice about voucher. And in general, of course, we often try to regulate people's choices when we think they might make mistakes. And you could regulate choices of vouchers in the sense of making sure some terms weren't allowed or some contract terms, et cetera. And of course, if we feel sorry for some people that they have a bad situation and they can't get a very cheap contract and it's costing them a lot, or they have to limit their freedom, we could, of course, subsidize. We could pay money to give people access to cheaper vouching contracts, but we could do this on the basis of whatever conditions we want, whatever we think makes a deserving subsidy, somebody who's worth the subsidy, rather than just generically, implicitly, as we do now, giving everybody this free right to walk the streets and put anybody at risk, regardless of what their history or anything is. Here, we could give a limited subsidy, but that would still mean that if you were high risk, then you would definitely have to take some sort of compromises in terms of your punishments or your co-liability or freedoms or things like that. There is a issue about if we let you choose your privacy or rights, that you might like escape detection. And so there's a way using prediction markets I've suggested to correct the fines for the chance that you might not be found. And that lets you internalize the costs of choosing your freedoms of privacy. You might be worried that these vouchers will collude. Perhaps today, private eyes and lawyers are not very concentrated industry. They're very competitive industry. If for some reason vouching industry would become more concentrated, which I wouldn't anticipate, you could use standard antitrust law to regulate them so that they do not become excessively concentrated and take too much market power advantage. There's always a risk when the government takes fines as revenue that the government will be encouraged, therefore, to increase laws that produce the fines and increase the standards so that you catch more people. That's often happened in history. And so the safest thing then to do would be to set the fine equal to bounty so that the government doesn't actually get any net revenue. Whatever money comes in from the fine goes out to the bounty hunter. If you trust the government a little more than that, then you could have a bigger difference between those two, and that would be the strategic choice of how much you trust them not to go in that direction. And of course, one big criticism, which I take to heart here, is that this is one part of a total system. And when other parts of the system are bad enough, it could be worse making one part better. But in some sense, the only way to really fix the world is to fix it one piece at a time. And so you kind of have to hold some things in the world constant while you try to change one focal thing that you're looking at. So here at the moment, I'm focused on criminal law, how to detect and prosecute and punish, holding constant what the laws are. So here, if say we have drug laws and they're bad laws, then we would be more effectively enforcing them. So we would more effectively discourage people from using drugs with more efficient criminal law system. When we make bad choices of law, then more efficient enforcement of those bad laws could be bad on average. And so if we adopted this sort of thing and it worked, as I think it would, then that would, of course, raise the priority of trying to reform other parts of the law, i.e. the parts of the law where we choose what is a crime and what the punishment and fine and bounty is, and of course, how we decide who's guilty in a court process. But in this system, I'm just fixing this one part. So that's a very quick overview. Again, the key idea here is we once had a very simple, robust legal system the world over. In the last 100 years, we've introduced this criminal law system to fix a certain kind of problem that we imposed in part because we stopped letting people be sold into slavery to pay for their debts. We stopped taking money from their family. We had bigger, denser cities where it made it easier for people to hide. So then we solved that by creating this big bureaucracy, which has a lot of discretion, can protect itself, can be corrupted, isn't very innovative, et cetera. But that's been the system we've had for a few centuries here as the main way to deal with what we call crime. And I think that's just not working very well. And we should think of an alternative. And my proposal is to focus on this ancient idea of a voucher. The way to make the private system be able to handle these things is to make sure everybody has a voucher who stands ready to pay large amounts if they're found guilty. Now we can use fines to punish things because everybody has fines to pay. And now we can trust the voucher and the client together to come up with the punishment because they will be the voucher will be definitely trying to reduce their chance of having to pay a large fine. And they will figure out with the client whatever is the best way for that client to minimize the cost of the combination of the various prevention efforts that they don't like and the things that can go wrong if they commit a crime and they're found guilty. And I will end now and entertain questions. And I'm not sure, Rachel will tell me how exactly to do that. I'm not sure the process, but maybe you can just start talking and that works. I don't know. What do you say, Rachel?
Well, I'm going to vouch for your modest proposal, and I'm going to select a question from the chat. Okay, let's see. Maria Stevens, that's a comment. We are waiting for questions. Maria, would you like to turn that into a question? I'm just gonna unmute you and have you turn it into a question. All right.
I don't know that I have any questions. Oh, sorry. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, I don't know that I have any questions. It's more like a lot of concerns, you know, tips. But then we already have a lot of problems under our current system. And while it's not a fix-all, I do like the idea of more community accountability. I've always said that I think that kind of this, you know, taxation for the purpose of solving social harms is like this really cheap, lazy, anonymous way to deal with problems, where we should really be down on the ground monitoring the behavior of the people in our own communities. So I like that small community-based law enforcement, but I don't actually have a question. Maybe like, how do you deal with torts?
Do you do what?
Liability?
How do you do liability?
How would you deal with
So at the
supposing
moment
that you engage in some kind of, yeah, no, I really don't have a question.
Okay, so I did mention this was focused on crime, but one of the major problems with our just ordinary tort liability system today is because most people don't have much money to pay, when something goes wrong to you, you focus on finding rich, deep pockets nearby.
Mm-hmm.
If you get hurt in the parking lot of a grocery store, then you sue the grocery store. If you get hurt on the street, you sue the city. You know, basically, if you get hurt by another student who's in the same school of you, you sue the school. We have a big problem with our tort liability system in that we aren't actually holding the people most easily directly responsible for things responsible because they can't pay. So with
So
this,
if you're doing like a personal injury case, for example, there could be 4 or 5 different people that could be found culpable for the injury.
Yes.
Usually the law team will make a lawsuit here, they'll make a side one here, they'll make a side one here. It's like a spaghetti strategy, and hopefully one gets some traction. So is this built into your model?
well, so again, outside my circle is deciding who's guilty of what and what are the crimes and what are the complaints. Inside the circle is how to enforce it. So I'm just making a proposal for how we catch people, how we punish them, and how we do all of that. But I'm not making a decision about what's legal or not, or what incurs what liability, et cetera. That's a different thing that needs reform, but it's not what it's outside what I'm proposing. There are a couple of text things here. Do you want me to go through the text ones, or do you want to pick them? Or
does anybody have another question? I think it was that
So-
Chuck raising his hand. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was just wondering, we were talking about it a little bit in the chat. Do you feel at all that your ideas are kind of similar to what China's doing with their like social point system? Like, do you see any, and also like what's your personal opinion of the Chinese social point system?
I think we hardly know anything about the Chinese point system. We've just had some media concerns, but they haven't actually revealed very much about it. But a government can do a good job. In principle, whatever arrangement private parties could come to, the government could, in principle, do exactly the same thing. The question is, will it? The doubt is that this large regulated bureaucracy will not actually do the right thing because they don't have good incentives, et cetera. But it's in principle possible that they would do exactly the right thing. So I can't know that they're going to do the wrong thing until I know what they actually do. I mean, we hardly know what they're going to do.
Okay, so I mean, I granted, I'll give you that, and I don't think there's any reason to even debate that, because that's very well true. But with that being said, as we've noticed in this hemisphere, and at least where I'm at in the United States, in our very first world society, that we can't really trust the gatekeepers or the people who are the decision makers, because there's all these incentives. There's bureaucracies,
right,
and there's also these machines, these big industrial complexes that incentivize essentially modern, not even modern slavery, but like almost like a futurist idea of slavery. So how do we implement a lot of the ideas that you're proposing and also keep ourselves from falling into the same social trapping and political trappings that we already are obviously dealing with on a worldwide scale, as we speak?
So I'd say the key choice is, do you assign one government agency to do all of this stuff and trust that it does a good job and oversee it politically somehow with democratic, news media and voting, et cetera? Or do we empower individuals to choose for themselves? Do we say, you go pick your company, at the moment you can pick your lawyer, you can pick your insurance company, you can pick your employer. Many people have bad experiences with lawyers, insurance companies, and employers, but the more that you have choice of many of them, the more that if you have a bad experience, you can tell people about it. They will learn not to do that, and they will make a better choice among them. So I would more trust giving you many options, and then of course, helping you learn from your experience and tell other people your bad experiences, and then we can have a better choice. I want to empower you to choose your voucher. And if you make a bad choice of voucher, yes, you're going to have a bad experience. And then you should tell bad stories about that. But that's still going to be a better system than one government system in charge of deciding all these things and deciding that it can protect itself and hide you from its crimes and protect itself from when it commits crimes and force you to do, exactly what it wants. I just feel much less comfortable about that than giving you the choice and letting you, struggle through.
So I support this because I think privatizing alternative governments is more important than having one bureaucratic system that kind of oversees everything, like the Chinese social credit system or even like the credit system in America. But my question is, Robin, you're familiar with the iron law of oligarchy, right?
That there always is one?
That there's always going to be a group of oligarchs that rise to the top no matter what government system you implement. Do you feel like your system of being able to have different vouching private firms would be susceptible to the iron law of oligarchy, or would it somehow not?
So I am a professor of economics. We, as economists, think of life and the world as divided into many different industries. And we know that different industries vary in how concentrated they are. Not all industries are maximally concentrated. Law can be thought of as one industry among many. So just like today, education may be concentrated because the government controls education, it doesn't have to be concentrated. You can easily have an unconcentrated educational industry, and many places do. You can have an unconcentrated food industry, which is roughly what we do have. And but some places have made concentrated food industries when they chose that. It's a choice how concentrated any one industry will be. You might say there'll still be some government in the center which has power, but still it can be good to take any one industry and make it less oligarchic. Not every industry must be an oligarchy, and law is just another industry. Law is just a thing that looks like lawyers are an industry and private investigators are an industry and prisons are an industry. Each of these industries does not have to be concentrated. It can have hundreds or thousands of competitors, and that might be a good thing to set up.
Yeah, I think so. I think Maria has a question.
Okay, yeah, so since you're an economist with this interesting model, have you thought of a similar analogous model to do more community vouching for health outcomes?
Yes, in fact, I came up with that before this. So I have a thing on buy health, not healthcare. And so I'd say your relationship with your doctor is a poor contract and you can do better. So the usual two contracts you have with your doctor is one, you pay per treatment and then their incentive is to do more. And the other relationship you have is you pay per month and then their incentives to do less. Neither of them give you what you want, which is for them to do the things that are cost effective and not the things that are not. So my proposal to produce a better relationship is to pay for results as I did with vouching, which is merge health and life insurance and crank up the amount of life insurance and disability insurance and pain insurance so that when bad things happen to you, they lose a lot of money. And if you crank up the dial high enough on that, then they now internalize your concerns. If you die and you have a $5 million value of life, they lose $5 million. If you get disabled and that's $1 million cost to you, they lose $1 million. And now you can more trust them to make these trade-offs, because they will look at a treatment and say, does this lower the chance of us having to pay a big amount of money enough to justify its cost? And if you set those costs high enough, then that will make them do the right thing. And so there's some complications into it, but basically, yes, this would be possible with medicine. The key idea in all of these pay for results is, don't just trust somebody because they're high status or because, you know, they're prestigious, et cetera. Create a relationship where you figure out what you want and you only pay them when you get what you want. So that's what I'm trying to do with the vouching. So the vouching says the voucher pays us when something goes wrong. So once they do that, you know, they can figure out how they handle punishment, privacy, et cetera, because they're just going to make sure we get compensated when the thing goes wrong. Similarly for the medicine thing, if you make sure they pay out when bad things happen, then they will make good trade-offs there as well. And it's a principle we can apply elsewhere in life as well. But yes, in medicine, that's the concept: buy health, not healthcare.
Nice. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, insurance, it needs to be disrupted. Healthcare needs to be disrupted. All of these are good ideas. Competing governments. I really like it. I do worry about, like, won't some just like new gang of mafiosos just kind of like become in charge of everything? I'm like, when we saw with the Taz, you know, the Raz, the warlord took over. What's going to stop, you know, like some head honcho from like taking all of these private funded vouching firms and making them, you know, like his little toy?
Right.
You know, is there any measure against that?
Well, so, I mean, the key idea here is we still have government. We still have governance. So at the moment, in principle, schools could compete by shooting each other, right? In principle, there's nothing stopping one university from just taking a bunch of people to the other university and burning it down and killing all the profs there so they can take over, right? What stops that? It's because we have this other part of the society which has governance and law that is able to go in and prevent the education industry from becoming just a war of all, you know, a physical war. And so as long as we have some government to prevent these vouchings and bounty hunters from going to war with each other to create, you know, whoever wins the war, then we can have that thing. Again, in order to have a society where we have, you know, free trade and competition, we have to enforce some basic rule of law, and we have government in part to do that. But once we have a government, the legal industry doesn't have to be concentrated any more than any other industry is concentrated, as long as we go to, but of course, if you don't have any sort of governance, if you just let people go to war, then yes, people will go to war, and then they will try to create, you know, powers that take over whole sets of things. They can take over the grocery stores, they can take over the schools, they can take over the hair salons. You know, why do you trust hair salons not to form a big, you know, go to war with each other and have one big hair salon firm? It's because we have this society where there's governance and law that prevents that. We can apply that in law as well, and in medicine, et cetera.
Got it. I think that's all the questions. Did Maria have another question? Or is that from the...
There's a bunch of questions in the chat here if you want to, I mean, obviously there's a lot of questions that are listed here.
All right, one question I have. Do you see an emerging market in the paying of these bounties where they're bundled up, like, you know, A, B, C tranches, where the people's like crime is being traded?
I don't see a big payoff there, but you could do it if you want. But basically, it's about the scale of the organizations. So, you know, for example, most private investigators today are in relatively small businesses. They don't have thousands of employees. Under this, but they're usually paid per hour, say. If you pay them when they get a bounty, now they are facing more risk. And so one solution to dealing with that is to form a larger organization, maybe hundreds of employees. And now the organization takes the risk, but each employee doesn't. But often you might say, well, I'm going to form a small organization. That organization will then insure its risk with reinsurers or offer, you know, basically equity as a way that investors can take a shot at that, right? So in terms of the trade-off of the size of the organization, one option that would be considered is small organizations where the investors take part of the risk. You know, in terms of whether if they get a big bounty, then they get this big pile of money, and now, you know, the investors get a payday. And then those investors, of course, to diversify their risk may well create portfolios of different bounty hunters collected together. Similarly for vouchers, of course, vouchers also take this risk. It could be that if you have a bad client and he does a bad thing, you're on the hook for $50 million, right? How do you as a voucher deal with that? Well, one way is reinsurance. Another way is to have very large organizations, and you'd have some combination of that. And then of course the question is who wants a part of the reinsurance? And that would be a thing you'd consider. Now, you have to worry about things that can go wrong there when you share risks that way, as we already do today with firms and insurance companies. But again, the idea is to let them make these choices. As long as they aren't, externalizing the costs and making us pay for their costs, let them figure out what the most efficient size of their firms would be. Let them figure out who they should share the risks with. The main thing we want to prevent is collusion, where they are colluding together to, take over the market or something. And we don't want that, and we want to watch out for that.
Cool. I think we're gonna go on to our next guest, but thank you so much, Robin. I love your thought experiments. I'm gonna find myself a bounty hunter vouching firm. Thank you for attending the Elixir Salon. Feel free to stick around. Ashley is going to announce our next two guests.
Lev and Jules. They run the Pirate Radio West Cultural Commentary and Entertainment Art Stream, hosted by Lev Polikov and Jules Hamilton. Lev has an award-winning animation company and is the chair of the Art and Technology Committee of the National Arts Club, where he hosts events such as the Memes of Our Times, Memes and Art on the Blockchain, and a Gathering of the Minds. So we are going to turn it over to Lev and Jules.
Hello, Ashley. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. It is a great pleasure to be here at the Elixir Salon. Jules and I have been doing our show Break the Rules for about a couple of years now. We just started doing our live streams in May, and the numbers just went up like nuts. We got around 200 subscribers in 1 month, and then this month, we're already passing that number. So I'm so happy, honored, thrilled with all the people that we've gotten to invite to this thing, where we just meet people from all different kinds of circles in New York City, people in the extremely online community, just the most amazing, most brilliant, and the most controversial people gather in one spot to talk, much like we're talking right now, and just go at it. Like some streams are a little bit hot, some streams are a little bit more cool and laid back. And I have never had this amount of excitement in a very long time, virtually speaking. We're still missing the physical medium. Like, I would prefer to be with everybody in one room, but this is honestly the next best thing. And the fact that we were able to get together, for example, in our UFO episode, we had the former deputy director of technology for NASA, Jim Adams, with Gravantis, who is this wonderful dude on Twitter, who is a Christian, Orthodox Christian, who prescribes to the theory by Seraphim Rose that aliens are actually demons. So here you have somebody on the outskirts of what would be considered the correct opinion to have on such matters, being together with someone who is a space professional, as well as other people who are, let's say, more in the ufology sphere, talking about hidden technology and all that stuff. And everybody had a great time. Nobody's feelings were hurt. Everybody was super excited about doing it, and they had fun. Same thing when we had on this amazing writer, Delicious Tacos, whose books I highly recommend for everybody to read, including his last one, The Savage Spear of the Unicorn. That's my Delicious Tacos plug. Anyway, we had Delicious Tacos, who writes a lot of very, I'd say, raunchy material about the main character's travels in various places in Southeast Asia as far as sex tourism goes. And we had him together with Kristen J. Jacobson, Dr. Kristen J. Jacobson, who is a professor of American history, literary history and gender studies at a university. And it was great. We got all these different combinations together. They had fun. And that's what we try to do with our stream. And you can even see the link behind me over here, this poster with this Japanese girl here in the background. This is the stream that's happening tomorrow about tantric sex, 6 o'clock Eastern. I invite everybody over there. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have a lot of amazing guests. So that's what I have to say. I'm curious, Jules, if there is anything you would want to add to that statement.
I think that was a great role describing our platform and what we've been building the last couple of years. It's a salon. We freewheel a lot. If you go through our archives, you can find edited videos. We have a conversational series called Sewing Discourse. We have a traveling series called Acculturate. So we're pretty progressive, being in the epicenter of New York. And we worked with people who identify as more traditionally conservative to try to have these worlds collide and to be a primary source of cognitive dissonance to people who normally might shun alternative information. And from there, Lev nailed it. We started doing these live streams. We have produced more gaffes than I can currently keep track of right now. But I think that's sort of the beauty, where the method is sort of a moderate disorganization. It is kind of the method. Even it's like having a madhouse or a tea house.
And by the way, Owen Cox is totally jiving with us with the sunglasses on, nodding the head. Owen, thank you so much for that. And by the way, I'm going to say this a couple of times, and I'm going to say it right now. Everybody who's watching it, please subscribe. Please subscribe. You know you want to. So anyway, Jules, what was the inspiration for you to start this whole project of ours?
Well, talking with you, we had worked on a screenplay called Vraz, which was an animation concept for like a virtual reality Wizard of Oz concept. And then we were watching trends with censorship. And so I think what a big inspiration for, I don't want to speak for both of us, I am right now, was we wanted to put ourselves on the threshold. We wanted to put ourselves right on the border of that nerve for who is being silenced or ridiculed or canceled or censored. Because, I completely jive with a private company's right to ban people. Like if Twitter's a private company, Google's a private company, if these people want to deplatform people, I don't think that's an infringement on freedom of speech. But I do think freedom of speech still needs to be exercised. There can be social costs to freedom of speech that are sometimes taken for granted or overlooked. And so I wanted to make sure that we weren't penny wise and pound foolish when it comes to some of the important things that could be emerging in a potential future Brave New World or 1984 even. So it reminds me a lot of this, the Elixir Salon.
I definitely concur. We were having a very interesting discussion with Justin Murphy. I don't know how many people here know who Justin is. He was a former professor in England. He, from what I understand, had they couldn't fire him. What is that called when you cannot fire a professor?
We talked about this on your stream. Tenured. Okay, I thought you were gonna say uncancelable, which is we talked about like Justin Murphy. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, no. Well, professors, they have a
tenure,
that? Yeah. Tenure. Yes. Yeah, so he was a tenured professor in a college in England, even though he's an American. That's a pretty interesting combination. But anyway, he could not say the word retarded, apparently, because when he said that word in a statement of his, he got a lot of complaints, and they wanted him to apologize. And he was like, you know what? I'm not going to apologize for this. And that was the last straw for him. This is when he decided that I'm going to concentrate on the internet. I'm going to forget about academia altogether. And right now, he's building his own platform, inviting people onto it, where he's already been able to make money from this by educating young people, young and old, honestly. Like, I don't know what the ages are, but I assume that a lot of them are, pretty young and curious. They pay money to attend classes much better than the ones you would have attended in college, talking about all the same stuff, talking about philosophy. I'm sure there's some history classes down the road too. I would love to be an instructor for those if he's ever interested in having me on for that. I'm a very big history buff. But anyway, this is the future. colleges, academia, I think people are heading for the hills right now, especially if you're someone who is not in the hierarchy of victimhood. You are going to constantly be reminded how much of an oppressor you are. And you pay money to be reminded how much of an oppressor you are. And at the end of the day, I don't really think anybody's going to sign on for that if they could just go online, live somewhere. Like, I like the city, I like New York City, and I want New York City to be great. But one other thing that Justin was talking about, which I think is a pretty interesting idea, is having communities of artists, innovators, creators go out somewhere and just start their own community, you know, with a farm, with not like the farm that they had in Chaz, a better farm, you know, a more organized farm. You know, have a farm, have trees around them, have some raccoons and squirrels, you know, just like be around nature, breathe the fresh air, you know, get some kundalini energy inside of you from grounding on the rich soil underneath your bare feet, and just be at your very best and encourage everybody to keep creating and exploring, just like all these other people did. If you go back, like there seems to be cycles of this. There's a cycle starting with like Heraclitus, and then Plato, and then Socrates, Plato, Aristotle. Like that was one group of, you could call them misfits in a way, but they were misfits that were respected. Although, of course, we all know what happened to Socrates. But then you have another branch later on, like around the time of, actually it's pretty much around the same area, where you have Alexander the Great coming in, conquering a lot of things, and then Aristotle was obviously his mentor. But then right after Alexander the Great, when you have the Hellenistic Empire, you had movements sprouting up around Egypt that turned into today what we would consider to be Christianity or Gnosticism, like the forerunners of a lot of these very dominant spiritual movements. And Hermeticism, I should add, that's another very important one. A lot of these movements started around the same time, when there was a lot of curiosity about what's out there, but there was also a lot of crossing of worlds. Because of all these wars, you had the world of Babylon, the world of Iran meeting the world of Greece. And that, I think, started to get a lot of juices flowing as far as what ideas could we get out of this? What are certain primordial things that we may have forgotten about that we could now reclaim? And I think today we may be going through a similar phase, especially because we have the internet, especially because people who are curious enough about all this stuff can now find it out and can now hash it out with the people they're talking with online. So I think we're going to get a lot of, we already have so much noise, but I think we're going to get a lot of signal despite that noise from those who are curious enough to think, you know what, I could just go and download the greatest books that have ever been written. I could get all this esoteric information, and I can try to make something out of that with the community that also cares about it. So I am 100% an optimist as to what is going down. Jules, are you an optimist?
Yeah, I like to say we're poptimists. So we're careful not to be reckless optimists. You know, you want to be able to foresee potential future problems. But I think pessimism, cynicism does a lot to stunt individuals, like internally even. I think the human spirit is a miraculous thing, and it should be cultivated, and people should do everything they can to bring fire to each other, to uplift them in a way where they don't underestimate their own power. We were talking, Lev was going through a history role, and it reminded me of one of the inspirations, one of the underground inspirations to our show was the conflict between Tesla and Thomas Edison over 100 years ago, and how the superior science did not win over superior marketing. And because of that, we have direct current baked into our system instead of alternating current. And I am of the belief that we could have had wireless electricity 100 years ago. It just wasn't profitable to bake in, and Tesla just was not a marketer. And I think the implications are very interesting, if not profound. And
well, he has a good quote. Let the future tell the truth and evaluate each one according to his work and accomplishments. The present is theirs. The future, for which I have really worked, is mine.
Could you say that again?
Let the future tell the truth and evaluate each one according to his work and accomplishments. The present is theirs. The future for which I have really worked is mine. And I think that's a very important thing to keep in mind. Like Graham Hancock said when he had his 4th appearance at the National Arts Club, certain cultures believe that when you die, and I know Jules and I disagree on this particular subject, but I tend to believe in reincarnation. But anyway, when you die, you're going to meet a guardian or whatever who's going to ask you, you've been lucky enough to have been born as a human being. What did you do with this opportunity? What did you do with this great opportunity to have been born as a human being? And that, I think, is the most important thing here, where if certain things are given to us, like people talk about, wasting time just browsing on the internet or on your phone. And I think there could be something even from that, because like if you go to 4chan, for example, and just keep on browsing and browsing, you're going to encounter a lot of interesting stuff, a lot of controversial stuff, of course, but you're still going to encounter stuff that makes you think. What I would like to create within myself is a balance between this order and chaos, where we can allow ourselves to get a lot of this information, but at the same time to make our time extremely valuable, so that we spend a bit of time on just going nuts and extracting whatever information we want from all these online sources, but at the same time, leave room for meditation, leave room for creating something, doing something that inspires other people, brings people together, which is what we're doing right now. And try to work on your memory too. I was listening to a really interesting podcast. I highly recommend everybody check it out, by Made a Nomad, who was also on one of our previous shows, called Hermetics, with an X at the end. Okay. And in a recent one, he had on this guest who was talking about Giordano Bruno. I'm not sure if I'm saying his first name correctly, but his last name is Bruno. People know him as this dude who was into the occult, who was burned at the stake. Yeah, Giordano Bruno, exactly. Thank you very much, Pedro. And he was burned at the stake. He, as a lot of people during the Renaissance at that time, cared a lot about memory training. Today, when we outsource our memories, when we outsource so many materials to these little devices that we've become symbiotic with, this is something that I remember reading about Socrates not being a big fan of all the way back then. Because Socrates believed that if you write something down, let alone put it on the phone, if you write something down, then your brain's going to have a harder time memorizing it. You're outsourcing the ability to store things in your head somewhere else. So Giordano Bruno invented this very interesting system that eventually I'd want to try out, in order to hold so many different things in your memory, including like whole passages that you'd be able to memorize just in a couple of minutes. And to me, this is a very interesting skill to one day learn, especially because this is one of my weak points. I'll be honest, I think memorizing certain things, like in the short term, not my strongest suit, which is why I want to strengthen as much as possible. And that's like another thing that I would recommend to everybody who's listening to this. Figure out, like, write down in a book, what are your weak links? What are the things that you know that you have to improve upon? Just like spend the day, like think of something and just write it in that book. Eventually you're going to have a list of like 20 or 30 things. Spend the whole week doing it, just write them all down and then keep them in mind. And then eventually you're going to work on them the more that you're aware of them.
That's very good advice. And I think a lot of people are going to take that into account. Thank you for having your podcast. Thank you for having interesting guests on it. Thank you for bringing cool people together with different opinions. That's what we do here at Elixir Salon too. And it's really just cool to see people converging like this from different perspectives with a similar desire to break down barriers of what is considered to be the narrative. So thank you, Lev and Jules, and everybody definitely check out their show. So we ran a little bit over time. So what we're gonna do is take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to get to the music portion of the show, where we're going to have Guilty by Design and Johan S. play. But for now, we're gonna take a little 5-minute break so everybody can hang out. So thank you, Lev and Jules. And stay tuned, stay here. There is more entertainment to come.
Thank you guys, and be sure to subscribe. bit.ly/loveandjules. Quickest way to get to it. Rachel, thank you for doing this.
I
You're
wouldn't
knocking it
do
out of the
anything
park.
else. I love being on their show. It was just so much of a fun conversation. It just really felt like just like sitting back and like chilling with friends and hanging out. So
No, this is a
super
true
chill.
salon. You like, you know,
Mhm.
it's not false advertising in any
Mhm.
way. I've been
Nice.
introduced to a lot of stuff that I've never heard of before. Like I wasn't familiar, and I can't remember exactly because I've been drinking wine, so I'm not gonna lie to everybody. I'm a little tipsy right now. But you know, the concept that you were talking about, how like oligarchies can be prevalent no matter what system of economics or government are happening. That is a concept I've never ever heard of, but it's like I don't know, it kind of hurts to hear about. It's kind of a scary, resounding concept and thought because it feels right, at least to me. I don't know if it's right, but it feels right to me. So, I don't know. It's interesting. I mean,
Right.
there's other things too tonight that I've
So
been introduced.
oh my God, I feel so bad for like interrupting. Fuck. Okay. So we actually, Zachary Voorhees is going on at 11 o'clock and then we're going to do the music, but we're going to take a 5-minute break. So Narayan is going to cue up the song. Just everybody like go have an absinthe, go have your favorite concoction, have a little drink, a little taste. And we will be back with Zach Voorhees in 5 minutes.
I wanted to respond to technique because, but so it goes.
Yeah, no, I want to hear you guys say it and go for it.
Okay, you know what? I'll just let you guys go. I just want to like make sure everybody gets their.
Well,
slots.
because I've thought about that problem for a while, and we've talked about it on our show in some of our earlier episodes. I think, I mean, I'm sure there's multiple possible solutions or ways to mitigate that dynamic. I'm of the belief that if you passed an amendment, I propose an economic amendment, which inspired by Milton Friedman's book, Free to Choose. He actually proposes this solution in the end of his book. He proposes an amendment, an economic amendment, which would basically restrict what government was allowed to do manipulating the economy. And the logic behind it is that as long as the government has a power to manipulate the economy, the biggest constituents will always leverage the government to write the laws in their favor. So whether it's on the right or whether it's on the left, the problem is when it comes down to writing the laws. So the rhetoric can be very good. Maybe even the intentions of some of the people trying to put together a bill can be very good, or a regulation can be very good. The problem is when you look at the side effects. And so Milton Friedman proposes you take the government's ability away to be an active player in the game. Because in society, I believe government should be a referee, and government has become more and more an active player, picking winners and losers. This is not related to oligarchy, but rent control in New York. So now how it works is if they have a rent control department in New York, it's for life. It's for life. So if the apartment becomes available, the landlord can no longer change it. It's rent controlled for life. What happens though is the wealthiest people are the ones who are able to finesse these rent controlled apartments. So you have these situations where you have someone with 20 million in the bank with a 4-bedroom apartment paying like $600 a month rent. Then someone else in the building, like a young couple, like making $200,000 a year, and they're paying like $6,000 a month, right? And it's preposterous. It's preposterous that you have these situations where you're trying to pass laws to help the people in the middle and the bottom. And it's these same laws that are creating this needless immiseration and crushing people between these grindstones of inflation and needless immiseration. we just flooded the economy. Did we just double the currency quantity like during this quarantine? The stock market is soaring and you have one of the highest unemployment rates ever. Like a lot of this stuff doesn't add up, in my opinion. And I think it has a lot to do with this track we've been on for decades. And I think we have to do something to change course. Otherwise, we're going to be looking at different options of very empowered, unappealing oligarchs. And you're either going to have like a one world oligarch situation, or you're going to have like undesirably nationalist oligarchs, like
Okay,
in the worst sense.
So I don't want to interrupt you, and I really love everything that you just said, and I'm so glad that you had an answer. You know, in my opinion, a really great and very thought-provoking answer. You know, but as I'm listening to what you're saying, it's funny how you kind of left off. It's like the last two things you just described, isn't that what we're living in now? We don't live. Are you alluding that we don't live in a world, a centralized world-wide oligarchy? And like I said, excuse me, the wine's hitting me a little bit right now, so I'm probably not going to be able to enunciate the best. But like, I feel like that's already what's going on. And then I can't remember what the second point that you made, but it's like the last 2 points you made, I feel like is the reality that we are currently experiencing right now. Maybe the pandemic and the current state of things and the social unrest make those things just so much easier to notice and harder to hide.
Yeah, I do think that does describe reality in a lot of ways. I don't think we have a closed, centralized one world system. I think you have multinational oligarchs with multinational companies and pipelines. I don't think it's quite a one world oligarchy. I could use that. I think we have an oligarchy here in America. I think Russia has an oligarchy. I think China has an oligarchy, but you can also use different terms for this. I was at a
So who
cocktail
says
party.
that all these oligarchies aren't buddied up? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you just like named the like several major world powers, and you could probably continue to do so.
Yeah, I was at a cocktail party and I was just randomly speaking to one of Bloomberg's economic advisors, and I was grilling him because Bloomberg was saying something like, "Oh, we should just live in China or something." I'm putting words in his mouth, but that was the gist. And I asked him, "So what's the deal? Why does he want a dictatorship? Like, how would you describe the economy of China if it's not a dictatorship?" He says with a smirk, "It's kind of like a kleptocracy." Right. And I was like, well, okay, well, I'm glad that I'm hearing that from you, that I'm not just delusional and imagining things, but, a plutocracy, an oligarchy, a kleptocracy, a lot of these words, they're fuzzy indicators that are usually a starting point or a signpost to breaking down and describing the relationships and dynamics in any given system. And I do think America, like if you were to compare America to Russia or China, it's just still worlds apart. And even though we have an oligarchy here, I think it's a lot less pervasive than elsewhere. But I think I hope people learn the game better so that rhetoric is not abused and we pass laws that take power away from the oligarchs instead of laws that the oligarchs support to make the barriers to entry into any given industry higher. For me, a red flag is when you have Google, Facebook, and Amazon all supporting net neutrality. Like, to me, that sets off just like a moment of pause, because if you look at how Google does its business model, They
Hey,
want
Jules.
things to be illegal.
Hey,
And they'll just pay a fine.
I think this is a good time to segue into our next speaker. It was great to be able to chat through the break, but I'm going to pass things over to Ashley to intro Zach.
Hello again to the Elixir crew. We have Zach Voorhees. He is the Google whistleblower. Listen, y'all. He walked 950 pages detailing Google extensive censorship regime to the DOJ. He is going to explain his story and show you Google uses machine learning fairness to alter searches results across Google products. Hold on to your seats because he is going to blow your mind.
Thank you very much, Ashley. So hello, everyone. My name is Zach Voorhees. I'm the Google whistleblower. If you run in certain circles, then you know who I am. Some of you will have no idea, and you'll be hearing this information for the first time. Today, I'm going to show you basically an AI weapon at Google, which they call machine learning fairness. And I'm going to show you how it works. I'm going to show you what Google did when they found out that I knew and had downloaded their documents. Can you all see that? Can you all see that? Give me a thumbs up. All right. I am going to try to put this full screen. If it doesn't work, oh, all right. And you can all still see that? Great. This makes it easy. So Google found out that I had a bunch of their documents and started harassing me and threatening me with a, well, first off, they had a law firm, but then they also sent an anonymous troll who forgot to use a VPN, and we were able to get the IP address, find out that it was Google. And so realizing that my life was threatened, I put out a dead man's trigger, which was on Facebook. And it basically said that, to them that in the case of my untimely death, all documents would become public domain. 4 hours later, police were at my house. And they sprung a wellness check and would not leave until I came out. And so you can see on my right hand that I've got a phone to record the situation. I realized that it's better to come outside because if they're going to do any funny business, then let all the people that are recording see it. You know, because sometimes those body cams are funny and they don't catch everything. They get erased. So what is machine learning fairness? Well, that's what I'm going to show you guys today. So before we get into what machine learning fairness is, we have to describe the concept of algorithmically unfair, which means unjust or prejudicial treatment of people based on race, income, sexual orientation, or gender via algorithmic systems or algorithmically aided decision-making. So basically y'all's data is racist and sexist, and we need to rebias it because it's algorithmically unfair. It's producing these algorithmically fair results. So one of the interesting things about this, which alarmed me sitting inside of YouTube, which is owned by Google, was the fact that objective reality was being discussed in these design documents as something that could be classified as algorithmically unfair. And so the example that they used, and this is a real example that you see here on the slide, is that if someone does a search for CEOs, and even if most of the pictures that Google Images returns are men, and that reflects objective reality, it turns out that that reinforces stereotypes and so can be considered algorithmically unfair and therefore justify product intervention. And so this is what the result is. And I haven't tested this in a while, but I did test this in September, and this is what, no, in August, and this is what the results were. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Men can have periods and babies and can get pregnant. And then for the women, it's, hey, you can be drafted into the military. And so, you know, the question that I had was, you know, why is Google doing this? And, you know, what, like, when they went IPO, they made a mission statement and a promise to the American people and to the world that they would organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. And it's still a mission statement that they carry to this day. And so here they are promising organic search results. And instead of that, they're giving us a refined process industrial meal instead. And so the way that I found this was in a series of slides through my investigation inside the company. And what I came across was essentially a 4-step process of which Google believes that they can program you. And so the first step is that data is collected and classified. Algorithms are programmed. Then that information is ranked, aggregated, or regenerated. And then as a final step, people like us are programmed. And I didn't just find it in one slide, I found it in other design documents too. And this is what they define as a generalized filter bubble. And so this really troubled me a lot inside of Google. There was a time that you know, I gained a lot of weight. I started drinking a whole bunch and eating really shitty food and not exercising and working too late and staying up until 3 a.m. every night. Like every night, I was in a really bad space. And because basically I saw this, I saw the matrix. I saw how like they thought that they could use the program to program you. And they started right after Trump won the election. And this is the thing, is that whenever I think back, like, well, shit, like, you know, I worked at the company for 8.5 years. You know, when did this happen? Because they were like this libertine company, like, you know, they didn't want to give the government access to terrorist emails because they said that would be setting a dangerous precedent. Now, how are they like going and flipping all this other way? Well, it happened right after Donald Trump won the election. And by the next year, this is what they were talking about. They went from, hey, you know, this is YouTube to, hey, we need to fight fake news and boost up authoritative content. Yeah. So I was like, okay, well, what the fuck is fake news, right? Like, you know, obviously they've got a definition for what fake news is. Like, you know, Google's an open company. They've always been that way. Like, maybe I can find it out. Well, I found it, and I found it right here. you know, and I looked at this stuff and I decided that, you know what, I mean, I was pretty apathetic at this point for politics. I was like, I think I'm going to become an expert on some of these things. Like, you know, hey, did, you know, Hillary Clinton, you know, run weapons through Benghazi to ISIS? And to my surprise, it turns out that there's a lot of evidence that that actually took place. And I started looking at this and I went, well, wait a minute, like if I become an expert in this and I find out that Hillary that was the whole reason for her email scandal was this trafficking with the CIA to get weapons into ISIS hands to destabilize Syria so that Israel and the EU and Turkey could take it over. And I was like, well, you know, maybe there's other things that they're lying about, right? Like, or maybe they, you know, is this about fighting fake news or is it about controlling the narrative? You know, and if you want to understand how they rate, you know, the news, what Google thinks, like they think the Wall Street Journal is up. Like the Wall Street Journal, the one who pushed the weapons of mass destruction hoax and got us into every fucking war, they're the fucking gold standard right here in Google's hierarchy of trustworthiness. And you know who's at the bottom? It's some little guy who worked his ass off every single day, became the top newsmaker on YouTube. He's bottom. He's below Alex Jones. And you know what? I'd actually been listening to these guys for like the last year by this point when I found this. And I went, no, man, these people know what's going on. They've got the best prediction models. What they say actually comes out to be true. And then, you know, there's these internal comments, like just to give you an idea of the culture that's infested Google. These people are radical and they're using these, you know, basically they've got a monopoly on the ad space. And what's happening is that they want to cut off, they want to use that monopoly to make media outlets that they don't agree with to die and wither on the vine. And here's the kind of conversations that they have inside the company. Part of this machine learning fairness is a way of streamlining the news to handle misinformation. Basically, they're monitoring everything on Twitter, and mostly the Google searches, because when people find out about stuff, they try to search, they can figure out what the users are going for, and they can figure out real trends across the planet. This is a blacklist that I found because I was listening to our CEO, Sundar Pichai, testify to Congress that Google doesn't have any blacklists. I went, wait a minute, we don't have any blacklists. And so I literally typed in the term blacklist, found the blacklist that was named blacklist. Okay. And what I found is terrifying. What I found is Google in real time basically doing narrative control for terror events that people claim might be false flags. Google is in there always downranking videos that have anything to do with proving or giving evidence for that event was staged. So I'll give you an example. Like people were searching for this search term of David Hogg forgets his lines. And it was some blooper video where David Hogg was trying over and over and over again, just couldn't get the words out. The media kept on letting him do it. And someone released the video. And so they were looking at that and they were laughing. And so even that was like blacklisted. In fact, out of the 42 pages of this blacklist, half of it was a full 20 pages was devoted to suppressing information related to people trying to find out information about whether something was a false flag attack, including GOP train crash assassination. Basically, my breaking point when I realized I had to do something was when I caught Google deleting words out of their Arabic translation dictionary in order to make this Trump tweet sound crazy so that the Washington Post could write a news story on June 7th, 2017, and advocate for his removal because he was mentally unstable. Why? Because he was tweeting this. So let's go back and look at this tweet. May 2017, Trump comes back from Saudi Arabia. He tweets out, despite the negative constant press, Covfefe. The New York Times immediately writes an article saying that people have incorrectly found the definition for Covfefe, that it means we will stand up, and that they are all wrong. And they actually used one of their employees as the fact checker, a guy who worked at a university. As a result of this, an AI executive within Google created this design document for the Covfefe translation Easter egg, which would translate Covfefe into a shoulder shrug icon system, right? And they used this New York Times article here as their justification for why this word was now nonsense. Now, as you can see right here in the bottom, Covfefe translates to I will stand up. So if you look at the tweet, despite the constant negative press, we will stand up. This censorship directive was handed off to the Buganizer system, and it was picked up by, look at the red, the Derrida team. Now, is this the same Derrida as Jacques Derrida, the postmodern French philosopher who advocated for the destruction of Western civilization through the manipulation of language? Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe these people know exactly what they're doing. What a coincidence that would be, that the same team that is responsible for censorship took inspiration from this postmodern philosopher. June 7th, 7 days later, this was the Washington Post. The president is clearly incapacitated, and basically there's just been a whole week's worth of articles saying how the president was crazy for tweeting nonsense. There's alternative health censorship, and this is actually one of the biggest censorships that Google does. Supplements are, terrible for you. Don't take them, right? Cancer cure was in that blacklist that I showed you some slides ago. Self-hacked, it's not big pharma. It's an independent journalist. He saw his site traffic tank. Same thing with Mercola, lost 99% of his traffic from Google search. And here's a little meme. So follow me. I've got a website, zachvorhees.com, where you can download all this information. You can follow me on Twitter. I'll essentially open it up for questions.
Questions, anybody? And I agree that was a great presentation.
Can I ask
Thank you. Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so the overall picture, thinking 20, 30 years ahead, Zach, you're always using ProtoMail rather than Gmail yourself. Would you see this could be the starting point for on a movement that we could call something like the free and open algorithm movement? In defense of a free and open algorithm that isn't manipulated? I think it's key. I mean, I'd love to take you over here to Europe to maybe do a presentation at the Hackers International in Prague in October or something like that. I think we need to get the young guys out there to understand the digital freedom fighters is like a real motto for the next 10 years for these kids. Just think of the 40,000 Taiwanese hackers that try to get around the Chinese censorship every day. I mean, we're just getting to the point where we realize that Google and these guys are doing the same thing the Chinese Communist Party is doing over there. Same thing is happening in America as well. But important to put the platforms outside of U.S. territory if you want to keep out of U.S. law and U.S. infiltration.
Yeah, we need to get the information out there, and whether publishing the algorithms will work or not. Here's the problem: is that machine learning fairness is a type of AI which uses a neural net, So you can publish the neural net, but no one can read the neural net. You have to have specialized tools to see how its decision-making system works. And so, you know, since we can't interpret what these machine learning algorithms, you know, are doing by just the physical output, publishing it doesn't make any sense. Essentially, what I believe is going to happen, I've thought about this a lot, is I've come to the realization that we've got this saying in Silicon Valley: if the product is free, you are the product. So what is the real product of Google? It's monitoring you, finding out your information real time, what you search for, what you like, your psychographic profile, your shadow profile that they have for you, your movements, everything that they can get of you, and they're selling it to every government and intelligence agency they can around the world. And now they don't disclose that in their financial statements. They don't say, oh, we got this much money from selling all your fucking data. So where does it come from? You ever hear of a click farm? Do you know why there's so many click farms in business? They're clicking ads and it's laundering in through the ad system. So the thing is that the nationalists, whether you like them or whether you hate them, they have a disadvantage to China, because China is buying all this information. And we all know that drones with guns on them are, you know, going to be a possibility. So do you think America and the nationalists are going to allow China to buy real-time location data of all of its politicians, and we don't have the same sort of thing on them? So what's happening is that there's a nationalist realignment, and what's going to happen is that data that's being exported is going to stop. And when that river of money dries up, what's going to happen is that you're going to have these tech companies employing a lot of people that they suddenly can't afford to keep around. And what's going to happen is that you're going to see an implosion of these tech companies one after another. So as far as I'm concerned, most of these problems with tech censorship are going to resolve on their own, and the new things are going to grow in their ashes.
Great. Yeah. So my point is this. That's why it's a philosophical question. How do you avoid corrupting and manipulating? Corrupting being here the political term, and no, manipulating the political term, corrupting is the financial. How do you avoid that? Well, the number one thing to do, we learned from the last 400 years, is plurality and avoiding monopolies. And it's just like, if I give away my data and all the data of my friends and all the data is given away to improve our lives or whatever, and I give it away to at least 5 different places rather than just one, meaning the dominance of Google is the same as the dominance of the Chinese Communist Party. And that's why it makes it simple to actually fight these structures because they're so dominant. And again, by splitting them up and forcing competition to the systems, we can hold them responsible actually for how they go.
That's exactly what we need. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I launched a term that I'm working on for the new book. It's called plural sensocracy. I think sensocracy, the censors and censors collaborating, is unavoidable. And that's what I'm going to work a lot in Korea and Taiwan with my team in the next years to see if they figured out, alternative Chinese Communist Party in the sense by forcing plurality into the system from day one before the data is even distributed in the process. We can create something, as amazing as democracy was an idea 300 years ago.
Right. And we can have new forms of representative democracy, through, maybe even punch through that and just go direct democracy, right? Like we can certainly have direct democracy.
We'll discuss that in a later discussion, because actually I think it's the other way around. I think even more representation actually is better in the long run. It's a wonderful one, by the way. But I love your work and your activism, and let's keep in touch afterwards, see if we can do something here in Europe.
Yeah, please contact me further. ZachVorhees.com.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
yeah.
ZachVorhees.com and Zach Voorhees at Proton. Okay, great.
Yeah, exactly. Got it.
And I've already added you on Twitter. That was such a cool talk. We're going to take a 5-minute break. I will be playing a video, or actually just some music for the 5-minute break, and then we'll be back with Nikki Olson. So stay tuned.
back.
Oh. Question, close the door.
So we have a lot of new potions coming up this special night of the night. We have a burlesque performer named Heather Silser, who is going to be doing some real cabaret action. We have Johan S. coming up, Guilty by Design. And now we have Nikki Olson, who, Raven, are you here? Raven, she is going to be introducing her. Raven is going to be emceeing for the rest of the night.
Yeah, so hi everybody. I am happy to announce that Nikki Olson will be doing a presentation on the portal. The title is Are There Portals? The Utility of Eric Weinstein's Portal Hypothesis. Nikki Olson is a software developer, philosopher, and this is her latest work. So Nikki, would you like to unmute yourself and give your talk?
Hi, everyone. So who is Eric Weinstein and what is the portal or the portal hypothesis? Eric Weinstein is a polymath who holds a number of heterodox views. He coined the term the intellectual dark web. His brother is Brett Weinstein of the Evergreen College scandal, and Eric has been vocal in the culture wars in recent years. But last summer, in an appearance on the Joe Rogan podcast, he introduced his portal project, which was surprising and interesting to me in a number of ways. So the concept of portals he introduced was of a narrative concept, specifically in children's stories. So there's countless examples in storytelling. Some of them include like the wardrobe in Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe, or platform 9 3/4 in Harry Potter, or the game board in Jumanji. So the motif is that a person is trapped in an ordinary or a mundane existence until they encounter some kind of inconspicuous portal, where then the character goes to live in an alternate universe in a kind of call to adventure. It's common for the character to undergo some kind of personal transformation, which allows them to return to the original world with like a greater sense of well-being. So the question is, where's the portal? As in, why do we keep telling the same story over and over again? And so, well, as adults, we're aware that there are no actual physical objects that can transform metaphysical reality, as in like change the laws of nature, laws of objective physical reality. We can't find some object that takes us somewhere where we can like literally fly like Harry Potter. So what does this narrative mean like for adults, like in adulthood? And so Weinstein argues that the portal story is a kind of unkept promise in adulthood, that in our adult lives, we never find the portal. So the question becomes, he thinks, how can people make contact with the structure of the cosmos, make contact with things like order, symmetry, things that go beyond ordinary perceptual experience, but are nonetheless like somehow fundamental or real. So rather than a transformation of metaphysical reality into like lens of magic, in adulthood, something could be considered a portal if it allows you to make contact with metaphysical concepts or the fundamentals, representations. So some examples that he gives of portals are psychedelics, obviously, but also particular kinds of art. For example, he gives the example of a church called La Sagrada Familia, which is in Barcelona, Spain. And that's the main image behind me, is the roof of that church. He also includes visualizations of strange but significant mathematical phenomena. So one of them that he keeps coming back to is called the Hopf vibration, which is represented up to my right. And other mathematical phenomena that give you like an appreciation for the bizarre ways in which physical matter interacts across dimensions or through time. So his point or hypothesis is that portals in adulthood do exist, we just stop looking for them. The hypothesis is that there are other things that have this property of interaction with the fundamentals of the cosmos, of metaphysical reality, metaphysical concepts, even though these portals like don't actually transform physical reality. So I like Eric's idea. I think it's a good point. I think it's an obvious point in some sense, if for anyone who pursues certain kinds of knowledge or experiences. But I really appreciated the connection to children's narrative and the articulation of how it's kind of reflected or altered in adulthood. I hadn't realized that that narrative structure was so abundant. Like I keep finding examples now that I've heard of the portal. And we're still making remakes of Jumanji. Like it's a very popular narrative. However, it also got me thinking about portals as exits, as like a kind of exit mechanism, or like the idea that there are hidden mechanisms that allow you to exit something that's kind of existentially confining. For a number of reasons over the past several years, I started to really appreciate, I'd say, the overwhelming role that social and political structures, or even just strong evolutionary dispositions that individual might have, some more than others, just how these general structures or dispositions can interfere with the ability to make real scientific or cultural or technological progress. At a relatively young age, I was introduced to a kind of techno-deterministic kind of futurism. I came into adulthood and into a subculture that was very adamant and celebratory of figures such as Ray Kurzweil. And for people who don't know, like the physical or the philosophical premise of Ray Kurzweil is of a kind of technological progress that's governed by forces equivalent in a way to laws of nature. So he calls, like, one of them is called the law of accelerating returns. And because he considered these mechanisms deterministic, like lawful, he thought they would continue regardless, that there would be no kind of social political event that could overwhelm it. And so because of that, he thought he could make accurate predictions and timelines about specific technological innovations and accomplishments. So by 2020, you have this, by 2030, you have this. By 2045, his famous prediction was the technological singularity, which was surpassing of human intelligence with artificial intelligence. But he'd have like at least 20 predictions for each decade. And people would question him. They'd say, well, what about if there was some kind of war, or what if this kind of economic decline occurred? Wouldn't that throw off your predictions? And his response would always be, oh, we've had these kind of wars in the past, and that didn't throw off the law of accelerating returns. Nothing's gonna, it's a law. And when I first got into it, I would see like his predictions were faring pretty well, like his 1999 predictions for 2010 or whenever it was, they were pretty accurate. Like most of them were pretty good. But then if you look at Kurzweil's 2019 predictions, which no one's really doing, or I don't see a lot of people talking about them, they're only about like 10% accurate, and like maybe really only like 5% accurate. Like they're mostly wrong. And I even saw him present at a Google conference like the end of last year saying, my predictions have generally held, and I just looked them up. I'm like none of them, they're just very wrong. So other than that, like long before that, I started to become frustrated with futurism because it didn't seem to take things like the lack of economic growth or certain social or political factors seriously enough. I mean, like COVID-19 aside, like we're in a period of like social and political unrest that I think a lot of us didn't anticipate, especially if we're, millennials. We thought we were kind of on, an enlightenment frontier, like a growth frontier, and that we were just kind of in lockstep to certain kinds of innovations that we'd kind of see in our lifetime. And I got to the point where I started feeling like these technological achievements, like the kinds that would really transform like the human existential condition, like such as radical life extension, like they wouldn't be achieved in my lifetime. Like I started realizing, okay, I'm probably gonna die before any of these things actually happen, even though as a young adult, I thought they were gonna happen. So, I mean, I'm signed up for chronics and stuff, that's a different story. But I just have this overwhelming feeling that if we keep working within the system that we have, like especially as an individual who just wants more freedom or something different or more kinds of innovation, I have this kind of more pessimistic view that it's not going to happen. There's a lot of obstacles. So I started thinking about ways to exit, non-hostile or non-destructive ways to kind of undermine or escape the kind of trajectory that we're on. I became sympathetic to seasteading. I thought maybe seasteadings could work one day. When people think of seasteading, they think of like little rafts that you could like run across in like 3 minutes, but I'm imagining them as like large continents 71% of the Earth's surface is water. You could have large sea settings. But the general ideas of a new frontier, a way to exit kind of the existing institutions in a more dramatic way. And that just became more attractive to me. Elon Musk announced that he's planning to build launch pads to launch rockets off of launch pads like in the water. So this would be like an economy for building very large platforms in a cheaper way. I mean, it could bring about seasteading in a quicker way. Yeah, I think it's just good to consider dramatic alternatives like this, especially in a time where things are kind of chaotic. Maybe the US is in decline, things are falling apart in some ways. And times like this, I always feel like there's more opportunities that arise, like things that you weren't able to see or weren't visible before. There could be other ways to break out of the system that we're currently in. I don't know. But I'll end this talk with a direct quote from Weinstein on the topic. He says, quote, "If you look at a wall, how do you know that the wall doesn't have a door? How do you know that there isn't a panic room behind the bookcase if you just pull out the right book? We stop looking for the portal, we stop looking for exits." So it's just, I think it's good on a personal level to keep looking for exits. If you want to see dramatic future different for yourself, for humanity, there could be a way out of the existential malaise that doesn't involve working within the current system. And that's really
Great. Thank you so much, Nikki. That was really provoking and is very much aligned with some of the things that I've been thinking about as well. I'm sure many of us have, actually. So with that, I'm going to introduce myself. I think that's online. That's right, Rachel. I'm next.
Yes, yes. Our next guest is Raven. She is going to introduce herself.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Raven. I'm like a facilitator and person who is hanging about the Stoa. I've been working with Rachel since we met in New York right before the pandemic. I am involved in a lot of different philosophy communities, and now all of it happens to be online on Zoom. So I think I'm well placed behind Nikki because one of the things that I wanted to explore with my talk was one of these possibly kind of portal technologies, one of these potential frontiers. And I want to talk about the traps and the paths or portals in virtual reality. But before I go into virtual reality specifically, I'm going to broaden our view a little bit and kind of give us a perspective about humankind and our history. As a journey through and along the waves of media technologies. So there's a famous quote that, man made the tool and then the tool made man. So we're in these loops, and our neuroplasticity allows for us to develop a new sense of what the world is based on the media of which we communicate and build our institutions. And primarily, I want to focus on initially, who are we? What are we inheriting? What is the media that has kind of created the institutions and the ways of being that we're familiar with? And I will initially bring a quote here from the Bible. "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God." And that's John 1:1. We are the people of the Word. We are literate, right? And the alphabet is a kind of technology that radically altered human experience and the way that humans could communicate and establish an understanding of the world. A quote from a Soviet neuropsychologist that I think kind of epitomizes this shift and what words can do is, "A word doubles the world." Huge benefit of humans' possession of developed language relates to their doubling of their world. Without word, humans would be able to deal with only those things that they can see directly and which they could personally manipulate. Word doubles the world and allows a human to operate with things mentally, even in the absence of things. So our ability to engage in this world of words allowed for abstractions to become part of how we were communicating. And then obviously once we became literate and we were writing, we could communicate across all of these different dimensions. Suddenly there's a temporal dimension of which you can communicate these symbols and abstractions, and also spatial. So this radically shifted humanity, and is kind of the grammar of which we experience reality. Marshall McLuhan wrote, "Until writing was invented, man lived in an acoustic space, boundless, directionless, horizonless, in the dark of the mind, in the world of emotion, by primordial intuition and terror. From the magical resonating world of simultaneous relations that is the oral and acoustic space, there's only one route to freedom and independence of detribalized man. That route is via the phonic alphabet, which lands men at once in varying degrees of dualistic schizophrenia." So those quotes by Marshall McLuhan I find interesting. So we're thinking about like a pre-literate world where people were kind of experiencing things in what he called an acoustic medium. And acoustic is described as simultaneous, synchronous, dynamic, horizontal, the ground, holism, generalism. Maybe we would associate this with something like Dionysian, right? This kind of flatness where there's no true center. Whereas the visual medium, or that which like is understanding the written word, is sequential and has a vertical static form and a specialization. This type of media, the shift from this position of acoustic into that of the alphabet, McLuhan points to as a kind of event, right, that we've been in the wake of, that leads to a kind of schizophrenia. Which has been pointed out, I think, also by philosophers such as Deleuze, right? So we're in a period of schizophrenia, and it feels that way to engage in the mediums that we have presently. So this is the grammar of our minds. And now things are shifting, right? In the last 150 years, we've seen the rise of many new types of mediums of communication. We had photography, which led to the moving picture, which led to television, and now we are obviously online in the new digital medium. So, as McLuhan stated, electric media returns humans to the pre-literate state of being within a natural-like environment. So McLuhan has a theory that to engage in digital media is to go back to a pre-literate state. That we're actually, well, maybe not necessarily going back, but we're kind of circling back around to a new state, but that is like the pre-literate one. And that it'll have different kinds of forms. It'll have a different kind of way of being than this period of time that we're coming out of, which is the alphabetic way of seeing the world. So the trick is humankind is moving into a new stage of media evolution. And I think virtual reality kind of epitomizes this shift back into an acoustic medium. So what are some ways in which this medium would feel like? Some of these things I find really pretty fascinating. So McLuhan, for those of you who don't know, who's Catholic, and there's a really great quote, him having an interview with Father Patrick in 1971, where he talks about this aspect of being in a digital media where there's a dimension, kind of like a disembodiment, or where, he used the word angel, where like a human kind of, almost as if a supernatural being arises as a disembodied spirit, and that is what engages in this digital medium. In the electric age, a man becomes a kind of disembodied spirit, in the words of Marshall McLuhan. So if we take this idea of the angel, this discarnate being, you can fly. You can be in environments with a type of gravity, with a type of form that is unlike that which you experience in the spatial dimension. The VR is the realm of the trickster. So you can create the perception of something unlike that which you experience in reality, and your brain is being tricked into this feeling of it as being real. So there's an interesting thing, like there's a natural inclination to bring in the metaphor of space when thinking about virtual reality. And I find myself doing that. I kind of like think of it spatially. I think of a map. I think of 3 dimensions, right? 3 dimensions, that seems like spatial. But there's a different kind of element going on with virtual reality. And I think it's an interesting way to think of it as like gravity, right? So there's a sense of gravity where we're pushed down to the ground and this kind of force coming down upon us. Gravity in virtual reality becomes a useful metaphor for understanding human interaction in these mediums. So rather than a force coming down, you have these kinds of attractors around certain figures, certain poles, and people come and congregate in these gravity pools. Peer-to-peer relationships centered around persona, where people gather from the center out to the periphery. So we have gravity, rather than the way that we literally experience it, as more of a metaphor for social interaction. And this digital space is going to be defined by social interaction, rather than it being filled with objects per se, like the spatial dimension is. Digital space is filled with humans and things acting like humans and things interacting with humans. And this is an important way of conceiving of the digital or the virtual. We want to think of this as social dimension, time and space as related to social interaction. So the sensation of physical objects has to be replaced with the sensations of others, of our kind in these environments. So thinking of something like currency as time attending, or thinking about the quality of being on one of these platforms is not about space, even in a metaphorical sense, but really it's about social dimension, social space. How close do I feel to you? How intimate is our interaction? How much feedback am I getting? How do I know that you like what I'm creating? And how do I communicate and give things to you? How do we get into these social loops and social dimensions? And the thing about virtual reality is it gives us the kind of possibility of hacking our perception systems. So rather than it being a kind of image that we see of a like button, is it possible that through like proximation, through some sort of metaphor of physical distance, we actually feel social presence? We feel relationships with other people rather than just see them as likes on a screen. So these are just some ideas about how to reimagine thinking about digital space and virtual reality in a very kind of abstract way. But what about some examples? How are people interpreting this? And what do we think the trajectories of storytelling will be, social activities will be? I imagine, just like social media, we will find ourselves in like little bubbles, right? The kind of gravitational forces of persona pulling people by interest and by demeanor and by aesthetic into these little bubbles. What will some of these places be like? I'm going to read a quote from a text called God-Shaped Hole by Zero H.P. Lovecraft, which is a work that he did to really imagine virtual space coming from a more of like a sense of warning perspective. So I'll read from that, and I think maybe you'll get the idea. And I guess just as a disclaimer, it's about like sex robots and sex in virtual reality. Again, for a moment, I descended into a psychedelic confusion of virtual forms, like a stroke, but deeper, apropos of nothing. I briefly found myself in a hall of mirrors, where every object in my field of view was perfectly reflective, as if the only material in all creation were mercury. And I saw my reflection staring back at me, a monster made of eyes. As before, I passed in a heartbeat, and as before, I was oblivious to its implication. Before I could dwell on it, you pulled me back with your voice and your touch. You put your hand on my arm and told me that one of your favorite new apps was called Pause Rewind, and if I installed it, that we could use it together. It was for making and sharing recordings of animals, and I installed it to make you happy. Because I am not above this kind of crass emotional manipulation by your advertising affiliates. The train carriage was then filled with ghosts of kittens and puppies and hamsters, a baby goat and a tiger cub. We watched them fall over, run frantically in circles, and make stupid expressions. You feign delight and you laugh just like a real woman. Shy giggles, a slight blush in your face. You look down before looking back at me, innocent and coyish. I was in love with you, in love with the simulation. Of course, all of this was whimsy, of course. Then as now, I was only talking to your autopilot. But I confess I often have trouble differentiating between reality and simulation. And still, of all the ways that you expose yourself to me, perhaps our most intimate intercourse occurs with your behavioral configuration plane. You have a slider for neediness. A value of 0 will cause you to be condescending and brusque. A value of 10 will make you interfere with anything I try to do in a desperate bid for attention, petting me, kissing me, asking for affection, whining, begging, pouting, shouting. The default value of 5 is just right most of the time. You have a slider for intensity of sexual response, though your pleasure too is a simulation. A value of 0 will cause you to try and to fail to contain your ecstasy, little muted gasps breaking a tense concentration. At the maximum value, you will wake the neighbors with whorish screams. You have a slider for brattiness, a slider for momminess, one for passivity, and one for baby talk. You have a checkbox for choke me, daddy. According to Girlfriend Prime, a spectral decomposition of the largest dataset of female behavior ever assembled confirmed that this matrix constitutes a complete basis for parameterizing female behavior. End quote. So this is a possible way of imagining the trajectory of virtual reality. Obviously, I mean, I think porn companies are already investing tremendously in this type of technology. But who else could benefit from something like this? I mean, here we are, for example, we're using Zoom, and it's definitely better than just being on Discord or something, just chatting each other in little boxes, but it really leaves a lot to be desired. And with this talk, for example, of the open algorithm and the kind of watchful eye of these established media corporations, could VR provide a portal? Could it provide an opening into another world that hasn't been defined by pre-existing structures, where we could give ourselves a place to talk and to explore and to begin to play with this new medium and all of its potential? The way of moving between mediums is often, or I mean almost always, you take the form of the previous medium and bring it into the beginning of the new medium. So for film, original films used to be basically like plays, and they took that form and put it into a film. And over time, as the medium was explored and matured, film had its own language. I think there will be a need for clever, interesting, expressive thinkers who think beyond the world that's already given to them in order to really fully explore the potential of this new medium. And I think if anybody are good inheritors, the best inheritors of this medium, it's people thinking outside the box. And I hope that we can be some of the inheritors of this amazing new potential. And with that, I'm done. And I think I'm actually announcing the next person. So, yes, here we go. Let me switch gears. Monica! So...
Hello, I am tuning in.
Great.
That's the audio. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. Let me get the camera. Hi.
Hey.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
How are you?
So, Monica, if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself and the occupants of the manifesto.
Yeah, hi. I'm Monica Belivan. I am a proofing design theorist, and I am representing my design consultancy, the one that I have with my husband called Diacritica. We were established in Peru a decade ago, and we are now based in Los Angeles. And what I'm about to present now is a reflection on, it's a manifesto about changing the language of architecture. It begins with a structural bait and switch at the root of architectural education and ends at the outer edge of its definition. What is architecture and where do we draw the line between architecture and mere building? We challenge the traditional descriptor of the architectural typology or building form. If once we could correlate a tower in the Alps with the use of hotel, that relationship has become blurrier now that forms have overridden use. A skyscraper like the Burj Khalifa has 9 stories of hotels, but it's impossible to infer that just from seeing its shape and location. Today, the link between form and use is broken on a whole new level. Airbnb, the largest hotel in the world, doesn't even have an architectural form. And yet the study of typologies has not been rendered obsolete for buildings, both in education and in professional life. This might seem harmless if not for the fact that it hinders new ways of approaching architecture. With COVID-19 as a tipping point for the recalibration of design priorities, we will argue that occupancy and not shape is the best way to categorize, understand, and redefine the boundaries of contemporary architecture going forward. I'm actually going to read the manifesto now. What I have behind me, I'll tell you what that is later. It begins, of course, with education, the training and entrainment into one of the greatest grifts on earth. Show us the ropes that we may hang ourselves. Make no mistake, architecture is an extractive industry, the main pillar of which is to learn how to design by design. You put in the work and the money, they turn out your work into money. Expect to be hired on the merits of your portfolio, nothing else. Every head needs hired hands, and this is a shrunken head market to start with. The conceit is there's a lot to learn from those who practice, that this is an initiation into a guild. The reality is that whether above or below, you form part of a pyramid scheme. The brunt of largely negligible conversation with the international cadre of masters and zoods alike will be restricted to the studio and diluted at the seminars. Design school is a monocult with remoras. You will be told, but not shown. Reality is complex. You may not be told or shown. Reality is also complicated. The vast majority of the built environment bears no relation whatsoever to this education. One is taught to design milestone buildings when not everything can be a milestone or a building. You will be trained to draft unicorns, but not in the fine art of capturing one. You may be told it takes a virgin, but that is too pure to be true. In the fundamental and at times deliberate disconnect between career aspirations and the reality of practice, only a fraction of architects get to do what they were trained to do. In other words, most architects are grossly underprepared. 90% of your indoctrination will be applicable to 10% of your professional life, with luck. To step or drop out is to step or drop through the looking glass. The world you will find is recognizable, although inverted, a total game changer, especially given perverse incentives. There is a storied distinction between paper architecture and the built object, though there is not, alas, a word to describe what is built but isn't architecture in these discussions. You will hear of good and bad architecture, and the rest will be thrown to the planners. The one redeeming quality of this model is that it has proven tenable for decades, at least until now. How so? In a demanding attention economy, acceptance of cognitive dissonance is par for the course. Design education resolves this particular quandary through the idol of image. Image trumps usage. Program is accessory to the eidolon. Now for the clincher. This is not a phenomenon restricted to design schools anymore. In practice, because as we said, reality is complicated, the relationship between typology and use has been overcome already, long ago. A rose is a rose is a rose, but a monastery can be a hotel. A skyscraper comes down not to content, but to skin and shape and exterior projection. This would seem to reinforce and validate design instruction as it stands. Our 10 to 90 filter means architectural practice is skewed towards chasing its tail. Form equals function died with modernism. The buildings that we celebrate today don't mind dysfunction, provided it's formally flattering. This is not to say function isn't a good to have, it is. But like underwear, it isn't technically required and only users will be able to tell anyway. The neglect of function is the designed byproduct of contemporary architectural education. In parallel, the actual usage of architecture has also rendered function secondary. Man can adapt to anything, and so he is made to. Buildings can be infinitely retrofitted, and they are. Erstwhile, infrastructure and manufacture don't miss this beat. As an architect, you will be a trained hand and trained to hand in the forms of your labor, your function. You will be detached from the everyday experience of your building, its life cycle, its operation, its maintenance, its adaptations. Its usage will be delegated to the termite mound of engineers, technicians, decorators, heads of maintenance, clerks, and bugmen of all stripes. Your process begins with a vision, the inception of the project, and it ends with an image, the photograph at its inauguration. Anything beyond that is another project. You are a projector. The building itself falls outside your scope. This is not a problem per se, but it is a fact that needs to be accounted for. Because you see, post-COVID, typological transformation will be all about usage, not image. The wave of renewals ahead will be about usage, not image. Design hacks will cut through the idola. This will forcibly put pressure on the language around architecture. Typology, as we understand it, that is to say, as you've been taught to understand it, is imprecise. The content of a skyscraper is undisclosed, hermetic. Something can be a hotel without your knowing the first thing about its form. Almost nothing outside infrastructure is as unequivocal as a basilica. So we will go out on a limb now. If a contemporary building's gauge is anything but occupancy, we should question whether it is really architecture anymore. Where something is more important than the function of the building than its occupancy, we have hit the edge of architecture. The point in history has been reached in which the shape of a building can no longer tell us whether it is in fact or not architecture. With usage as our new benchmark for analysis, we propose a new metric for architecture by situating it on two main axes, which are behind me, but I'm not sure that we can see them very well. These are the amount of people who will occupy a given space and the duration of their stay. The shape of usage is what is contemporaneous. This is a developing manifesto for a durational experiment we hope to pursue into the next few years, buttressed by the logarithmic chart that I'm sharing with you. We start our exercise by mapping the occupancy duration of 5 distinct spatial programs: the soccer stadium, the corporate complex, the theme park, the restaurant, and the non-stop transoceanic flight. And we will continue to add to it in the following days, weeks, and months. The footnotes comprise a programmatic catalog that will account for each inscription in chronological order and include the date of its incorporation to the project, as well as considerations and criteria for its place and locus on the grid, and an anchoring device or representative example. It will also take stock of any modifications or amendments made to the original entries. New features or maps will be added or reshaped as the project evolves, and its complete progression will be publicly recorded on our blog at lapsuslima.com. Thank you.
Nice. Oh my God. Oh my God, Monica. Thank you. Thank you. That was
thank you for the opportunity, and thank you
for real. I love your background. I love how it was like a poetic manifesto that was also an instructional manual and a
those are Alonzo's logarithmic skills.
3D. It was so many different levels. Yeah, really great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
So, next, Raven.
Next, we have Heather. So
she's going to be in a couple of minutes. So let's go ahead and play the Johann S video. Tech, do you want to announce Johann S?
I sure do. Just give me a sec here, sorry. All right, so we're gonna course through the veins of the Mandelbrot with Johann as he performs an assortment of old and new original tracks in a style of a dystopian lounge singer. His sound has always been about combining experimental, dark, electronic somatic rhythms with memorable vocal sensibilities. So we're going to partake in a spectacle as he chips off the shards of shimmering chaos and digging ever deeper into the core of matters at hand.
Surprise, her looks blow away all the others in my eyes. She is more addictive than a pill of cyanide. If the devil was her ally, it's certain God would die. Surprise, the square root of existence is a negative rhyme. The builders of this paradigm have no morality. Each is only human. Pull the plug and make some tea. Thank you. The poison so we won't hear. Always rising in the distant heavens. Just a business of compassion for royal drones. painting in an empty room. A lonely heart beating for something true. A single heart beating in an empty room. Simple suggestion from me to you. Single heart beating in an empty room. A simple suggestion from me to you. Thank everyone for tuning in to watch this performance. This is the first one of our own time. My theme song. When you were born into a modern place, when you were born into a modern space, you were born. You were born. When you were young, you didn't need no one else. When you were young, you always needed some help. You were bored. You were bored. When you were older, you were out in the streets. While you were older, you uncovered the secrets. You were sore. You were sore. When you are old, in the year 2020, when you are dead, time won't exist anymore. You are reborn. You are reborn. Professional behavior, cremation of care, code of conduct, terminal product. Your life is this our name. Why don't you go to my homepage here to infiltrate the info game and set the stage for the random page. Universe is alive, perpetuated by your worst nightmare. Johannes is my name. Wrap me from this cellophane here to infiltrate the laptop race and set the stage for the sub-bass phase. Not escape disaster, it will only be faster. The only way out is in, the only way in is out. Drop it any other way, then move on down. Johannes is my name. Why don't you read my fucking resume? Here to infiltrate the existence game and set the stage for the weirdo rave. Yes. I should do it now and do it right.
I have a real treat for you tonight. I have a real treat for you tonight. All those that are cultists and cult leaders, they're all going to go to hell, and that's exactly where they deserve to go. Make it black. Make it spicy. Make it real. Make it
so we can replicate it. Do it now. Right. So we can replicate it and put it on the air. Enrich your fancy lens and even sell your hair. About your image, be true to how you feel. You must project your attitude, it must be something real. Do you want to be a famous celebrity? I want to be a celebrity. We strive for nothing less. The life of a celebrity will put you to that test. Do it now. Don't you want to have money? Don't you want to have fame? Don't you want to have power? Do you have no shame? Don't you want to change the future? Don't you want to get laid? For better or for worse, everyone knows your name. Do you want to be a notorious celebrity? I want to be a cult celebrity. Do it now. We will go down as the greatest. They will talk about our names forever. Do it now. Do it right. To be an evil celebrity. I want to be an occult celebrity. Mind control. Perception management. photonic penetration. The process simulation. Undercover operation. Redirecting information to leave. Hello to your behavior analyst. Undetectable sabotage is better than a fist. Eyes are open and observe all they can see. Just look at what they've done to you and me. Management! I am the byproduct of your toxic mind control. I am just a package to be products tagged and sold. Subject me to your paralyzing sugar-coated lies. Revise my mental history to silence all my cries. My freedom is nothing but a delusion. My speech is the mouthpiece of confusion. My expression is a form of revolution. I'm a slave to the human institution. Do you need it? Do you like my mnemonic device? Do you want it? Don't you need it? Don't you love my mnemonic device? Management. The picture with the flesh. Surveillance in the geomesh. Force encryption cyber hack. Terrorist attack, here's all mine goodbye. It's time to go to sleep. Atone for your transgressions before you get too deep. Strobe and kneel before them. You're naked and exposed. The final chapter of your freedom has come to a close. Just upgraded and I stay in the same mood. I am automatic and now operate on code. Command me to obliterate things in the right will. Delete my sense of conscience and then send me out to kill. Free will is nothing but an illusion. My thoughts are some approach to substitution. My mind resists any kind of revolution. I'm no longer the problem, I'm the solution. The end goal is mind control. The end goal is to kill your soul. The end goal is mind control. The end goal is possession and back.
Amazing. Woo!
That was fantastic.
Ooh.
Thanks, guys.
Anyone else feeling warm? That
Oh
truck
my
was fire.
God. Johan does it again. You've even won over the boomer, Jonathan, the boomer. Even he's into it now.
Awesome. Yeah, this is a great event to be a part of. Thanks for inviting me to perform.
Thank you,
No,
Alex.
I'm not
for
into it. It's just
being
I
here.
recognize that it was the wrong music for my mood.
Wait, so what's playing now? Is this the end of your song? This is something else, right? What are we listening to now?
I'm not playing
anything.
Can we like turn off whatever this is right now?
I'm not hearing anything.
Yeah, I think it's just you,
Hold on.
Rachel.
You probably have a tab open or something.
I don't have a tab open. It ain't me. I got all my tabs closed.
We don't hear anything, so it's coming from one of yours.
Yeah, I don't hear it.
Ryan.
But that was really fantastic. I think that's the first live performance
Right.
I've actually seen of music
Right,
through
yeah.
sort of
Turn
remote.
everybody mute their mics. Sorry, I'm gonna have to ask everybody to tab open.
Is someone on mute? Can people hear me?
Can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, cool. I have nothing to contribute to this goddamn fucking video cast, but that's right on. Yeah, that's it. I'm done. I don't know. I just saw some weird white dude in some Devo outfit doing his thing, man. I kind of appreciate that though. Trying to read the audience. Some people are smiling. Some people think it's funny. I don't know.
All right, Rachel, what's up next? Who's up next today?
Heather. Yes, it is Heather. And if not Heather, then we have Mac next. So
Is Heather with us? Just looking around at the names. I see Heather. Oh,
Great.
you're muted.
Hi.
Hi, Heather.
How's it going? I just decided to do this in my car while I was driving home. I was going to do something different, but.
Heather, is this your song?
No,
Okay, wait. I really want to figure this out.
So, what?
I'm trying to figure out how to get this song off. We're getting trolled. I'm going to mute everybody.
Rachel, I think you're the only one who can hear music.
Wait, nobody can hear anything?
Yeah, it's only on your computer. No one else hears it.
Okay, wait, hold on. Hold on, you guys. I'm just gonna like quit everything. Just stand by and we're gonna get ready for this next performance. Okay. I quit it. You know what? That was my bad. Sometimes my computer is full of random chaotic occurrences, especially after listening to Johann S. He must have triggered some kind of portal into the Netherlands. And with that, I'm going to introduce our next guest. We thought it was Exiled. We thought that Exiled was just like trolling us, but it turns out that I just let my Spotify like automatically went on. It is easy to blame it on the judge. You know, it is, he is the Exiled judge. But our next performer, her name is Heather Silser. She is a burlesque performer who is going to be doing a very, very burlesque cover of a certain song you guys might all know. If you're familiar with The Little Mermaid, I believe you might have heard this song. I actually am quite sure of it. So Heather had a rock band when she was living in New York. It was called Aurora Dawn. And now she is going to begin.
Hello. I admit that in the past I've been a nasty. They weren't kidding when they called me, well, a witch. You'll find that nowadays I've bended all my ways, repented, seen the light, and made a switch. True, yes. And I fortunately know a little magic. It's a talent that I always have possessed. And dear lately, please don't laugh. I use it on behalf of the miserable, the lonely, and depressed. Pathetic! For unfortunate souls in pain, in need. This one longing to be thinner, that one wants to get the girl, and do I help them? Yes, indeed. For unfortunate souls, so sad, so true. They come flocking to my cauldron, crying, spells, answer please. Can I help them? Yes, I do. Now it's happened once or twice. Someone couldn't pay the price, and I'm afraid I had to rake them across the coals. Yes, I've had the odd complaint, but on the whole, I've been a saint. To those poor unfortunate souls. Little mermaids. Why is everyone always interested in those little mermaids? She's just a little pathetic fish. She doesn't have anything. Nothing. They don't like a lot of glamour. They say a girl who gossips is a bore. It's much preferred for ladies not to say a word. After all, dear, what is idle gossip for? Come on, we're not all that impressed with conversation. True gentlemen avoid it when they can. But they'll dote and swoon and fawn on a lady who's withdrawn. It's she who holds her tongue who gets the man. Come on, you, poor unfortunate soul. Go ahead, make your choice. I'm a very busy woman and I haven't got all day. It won't cost much, just your voice. Unfortunate soul, it's sad, but true. If you want to cross the bridge, my sweet, you've got to pay the toll. So take a gulp and take a breath. Go ahead and sign the scroll. The boss is on the roll. Poor unfortunate
Woo! I kind of wanted more. That was amazing, Heather. That was the perfect thing for this salon. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
That makes me so nice.
Oh, sorry, Wicked started playing. Wicked after the Little Mermaid. Shut up.
Someone less fortunate.
You
Bad.
could do another. You could do another. You want to do one more? You good? Your call.
Did you want me to do something else?
If you would like to.
Did you want me to do something else?
If you would like to.
I literally just decided to do that 5 minutes ago when I was driving home from work. That was not what I was going to do, but it felt like it was what I
were
should
you
do.
What were you going to do? Do you want to do that too? You don't have to. I don't want to pressure you. I was just like so into that. Yes, no, maybe so. We'll come back to you.
Are you
'cause we
saying
have some more
something?
down. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can't
Hello?
hear anybody.
Oh. What happened? Can you guys hear me?
I could do something completely different.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I could do something else that's completely different. I could do another song.
Okay.
It's not mine, but I could.
Let's do it. You guys want to see this? Thumbs up if you want to see it.
Was that a yes? I don't know.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me look for my music. Where is it? I can't ever find that stuff. Why is my music so difficult to find? There we go. I found it. All right, I found it. All right.
Heather Silser, Act 2.
This is also not my song.
Who's that?
It's been a while since I've done this one. It kind of, this is not even going to sound like the original version of this song. To me, this version kind of sounds like an acid trip, but
we like acid trips.
I like it. So I will do it. Play. It's not making sound. Technical difficulties.
Well, we could come back to you. Do you want to do that?
Oh, volume's down. Hold on. There we go.
There we go.
I figured it out. My volume was off. Ha. Some things in life are bad. That can really make you mad. Other things just make you swear and curse. When you're chewing on life's gristle, don't crumble, give a whistle. This'll help things turn out for the best. Always look on the bright side of life. Always look on the light side of life. Life seems jolly rough, there's something you forgot. That's to laugh and smile and dance and sing. When you're feeling in the dumps, don't be silly chumps. Curse your lips and whistle, that's the thing. There's always look on the life is quite absurd. That's the final word. You must always face the good with a laugh. Give the audience a grin. Enjoy it if your last chance anyhow. Always look on the bright side of death. Just before you breathe your terminal breath. Life's a piece of shit when you look at it. That's the truth. Like I said, acid trip
Thank you, Heather. I'm so glad that you did that second number. I'm so glad you did that second number. Amazing. This is the best online event that I've ever been at. I just happen to be hosting it. Who do we have next on the lineup? I believe that we have Guilty by Design, also known as Technique Entertainment, who has been organizing this event with me. And we also have Mac Vote, the poet who knows it in a way that might be too dark for the boring poetry people. What do you guys want to see? Left hand for poetry, right hand for music. I can't tell what it is. I'm dyslexic. I'll let you do, Raven, you choose. It's going to be Mac or it's going to be Guilty by Design.
It's going to be Mac.
It's going to be Mac. Mac Voa, you want to introduce the Mac?
Sure. Mac is a surreal mathematician living in Toronto and plotting the death and reincarnation of progressivism. He will not be explaining what he means by surreal mathematics at this time.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I will echo Rachel in that this has been like the best art event I've ever been to. I also have to disappoint you in that I was writing something for tonight and I was just blocked. I couldn't do it. So I kind of set myself up there for failure, for maybe a type of ego death tonight. I'm just going to be flopping around and trying to be deep and insightful, and we'll see where it goes. The death of progressivism. A thought experiment. What would happen? What would happen if it died? If it died in this pandemic, that this pandemic was the perfect time to say, you're done. No more. No more. Whatever it is and whatever that means, that phrase, progressivism will die. And I've been thinking about that because I am a lifelong progressive. My family's progressive. And the event that happened to me with the pandemic is I had 3 months to think to myself. And that's never happened to me before. I've never had that time to turn internally. And I didn't go on social media at all whatsoever. And I just brought philosophy with me out to the park to read and to think. And the feeling that I got is everything started to cohere. I spent 2 weeks feeling like soup for a little bit. I was like sleeping a lot and playing Minecraft and stuff like that, and sleeping at weird times of the day. But then slowly but surely, the weather got better. And I started writing. And I started writing this philosophy that I just found myself writing it. It was an email to my parents, and it was called The Positive Theory of Kate and Voteness. And it was actually about my sister, who I will now term as a fundamentalist progressive. To me, it is the most scandalous thing in my life to realize it's a religion. And I didn't realize it right away. And in fact, it took me going through this event with my family, which there was an event. This has been a drama that has to do with scapegoats and narcissism. And a lot of different stuff can actually pile through. It's a story, it's an emergent true story that I feel that everything that I am, that I've come from, every decision that I've made, every project that I've worked towards is to this one moment. And maybe in some way, the pandemic feels kind of like that too. It's a once in a century historic time that justifies thinking on that scale. What happens in once in a century? Or maybe what if something happened that was once in a millennia? Like why stop there? These kinds of the impulse to think that way I think is sourced from the same world and the same problems that we're all seeing.
Are you gonna read a poem?
No, I'm not actually. I'm actually just gonna, you know, I had something to read for fallback, but I actually just wanted to speak.
Well, I wanted to hear poetry.
Okay, I have a piece. I have a piece for you.
Yes, thank you.
This is a fun one, and I don't know if I can pull it off actually.
Okay. We're having a fireside chat later if you want to chat. We wanted the poetry. We're like, my poet.
Okay.
The talking.
All right. So here's a piece. This isn't poetry though. It's flash fiction. But it's
Sounds
poetic
good.
to me.
Do it.
Okay. I became a park ranger because I fucking love nature and wanted to stay active. What does that mean? Goddamn, paying no attention to that SJW blank slate is bullshit and being like a fucking penis, actively wrecked. Obviously. I'm there standing like a fucking digit with mother fucking earth on a goddamn mound, understanding the forest for the trees, if you know what I mean. Got my rifle slung over my shoulder, my hip cocked to the side like a homosexual. I'm wearing my aviator sunglasses like a homosexual, though I am not one. It's just what I'd look like to queers. Out here, gaydar technologies get scrambled. Actually, most city folk get scrambled. And most city folk have those gaydars. And when they get scrambled, it's their gaydar that gets scrambled the most is what I'm assuming I look like to you. I'm not gay, but I'm standing as if. I'm secure enough to admit that. I admit if a photo was taken of me standing that way, I look maybe gay, just like as my rifle might look like a dick. It might look like a dick could fuck another guy is what I'm saying. Ha! And I'm standing there, I see fucking movement. A bunch of naked men moving in the distance. Without moving my fucking body one goddamn inch, with my hip as it is, lodged to the side in this cool way, with this attitude, I fire my rifle like it ain't no thing, and it isn't. The naked troop stops, obviously scared. What's this here? None of you are supposed to be nude. You boys need a little help? And I point my gun at them. You need some fucking help. And they start looking this way and that, the hair in the wind, their dicks flapping in the wind. And I shoot one of them down. He flies back like a rag doll. And oh, they're screaming and they're screaming like apes. And they're running down the hill this way, that, zigzagging. And I grab my walkie-talkie and I say 10-4. Back at the park ranger lodge, I was showering with my colleagues. Brad comes over, he's opening his biceps. I heard what happened. I turn, washing my armpit. Yeah, it's wild, man. Not gonna lie to you. Would never lie to you, brother. Intellectual honesty was always so important to you, he laughs. I've always admired that. Yeah, well, once you've been around blank slatists, you start appreciating the truth, Brad says soberly, in serious faith, the water cascading around his handsome face and skin. Damn right, I say. You're goddamn right. I'm hollering like a good old boy. I'll tell you what. And Brad's laughing and everyone's laughing when I see those trees and my voice kicks it down a smooth air into the heartfelt. I swear to you, I see the forest in slack. Brad is nodding, his beautiful eyes glazed with passion. I see her. I feel her, you know? Mother Nature, he whispers. Fucking Mother Nature, I bellow. It's like emergence, you know? I grab him by his warm, soapy shoulder. Oh, I know. And my cock remains soft. We are both incredibly confident that our cocks would not grow and touch a thigh by accident. The next day, I see the naked troop again. Wild men, I seethe. Through gritted teeth, they're charging up the wooded hill. The bright sun dappling along them, the spring leaves. With a slingshot, they shoot a pebble at me, which hits my pec, bounces off. Hey, I say. Like the Terminator, I bring my rifle to bear upon them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shots, 5 dead bodies. They run away like fucking pussies. Back at the lodge. The communal shower with the other rangers, I wash myself steadfastly. The other boys aren't talking to me, haven't heard what had happened. They probably think I'm gay for having had happened upon so many naked men and shooting them. But don't they know? I didn't kill them because they were gay. I'm no homophobe. I wouldn't kill a man just for wanting to gang rape me with his friends. I get it. Very, very attractive. I never thought, I say to the showerhead, but loudly to be overheard by my brethren, I never expected to be involved in a secret war against wild men living off the grid in the forest. I turn off the faucet and look at all of them, my bush dripping water, my dick there, just there. But when that happens to you, you let me know. And I just walk out, my hands in fists. I can feel Brad looking at me as I leave. And that's the piece. That's the poem that you're gonna hear today. That one was like a real kind of oracle work for my later work.
That was something you should do more of.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought it was really fun.
That was great. Thank you, Margaret. I'm like, yeah, you know what? You're like a more hardcore Ginsberg. You're like a post Ginsberg for like the digital era. You're like a red pill Ginsberg. I love you. You're so good. You're so good. It's good.
Yeah, it's interesting. I would like to break into new styles like that for sure. I was actually thinking about writing a book. Oh, here's a way that I was thinking about writing a book. This is a fun little trick. Using a deck of cards. And for every card, you're gonna put a theme down or put an idea that you want to talk about, put something that you're interested in. And you label them all. And you can also label the diamonds and the clubs mean like certain things. It's almost like making your own kind of fortune telling kind of thing, but it's actually for a story. You're just like trying to give props for a story.
That sounds like fun. We should maybe do that later at the closing ceremony chat, but we have one more performer going on.
There we go.
He is also my co-organizer, Technique Entertainment. And he has several videos that he is going to share with all of us. And he needs no introduction because he has introduced many of us. Tech, we want your footage. Ryan, play the bit.
Hey, Rachel, I got a question. Can I oh wait, no, never mind. Someone's making a visual presentation. I was like, if it's gonna be like a spoken word hour, I could just share my short story I wrote, but
wait, I don't know who's talking right now.
It's me, Judge. Exactly.
Oh yeah. Okay, so after we play this video and maybe one more, then we're gonna have a closing ceremony, and after that, we're gonna have a fireside chat, and anybody's welcome to hang out.
Okay.
So you can do poetry, you can do spoken word, you can.
Yeah, I got a short story, so.
Yeah, whatever's welcome. But we're gonna have Guilty by Design play now, and then closing ceremony, and then it's a free for all. So yeah, stick around.
I will die for you.
That was a great cover. Thank you, Guilty by Design. And I think that's only one of your videos. I think you have one more. You got one more video? Yes. You have another video? You dance. I like this one.
Looks like I found myself in another bad situation. I'm starting to get used to this. You've proved just to be one great big distraction. I just wanna be by myself. You're so into me, expert on how I think. Well, maybe you should think about yourself. Are you trying to punish me? Sometimes that's how it seems. I just don't wanna fuck with no one else, 'cause it affects me. Oh, it affects how I feel. Oh, it just wrecks me. It wrecks me. Just wrecks everything. So many questions. I question. Oh, I question everything. My big investment. Some investment. I've just lost everything. Lost everything.
Nice. Nice. So we are nearing the end of the night. All you offended people go home. Wait, there's not any offended people here. But people who don't want to hear it get like really extreme, let's turn off the recording switch. Let's just like hang out by ourselves now. What do you say, Ryan? All right, sweet. Real talk hours. What's up?
We're free now. What are we gonna do?
Okay, so first of all, thank you everybody for coming to Elixir Salon. We're going to do a little closing ceremony. It's going to be Raven and MacBoots, and they're just gonna like go off, and then after that we can just hang out. And I want you guys to know, any of you, if you have like friends up late at night, like on Twitter, or Discord, or like Facebook, or like Fortune, whatever. I don't care. Just send them the link. Let's all hang out. If we get trolled again, we'll just shut the whole thing down and call it a night. All right. You guys have the invite link? You guys have the link?
What's the link?
The Zoom link. Let's just post it in the chat so people can like invite their friends to hang.
Oh yeah.
Here it is. All right. Oh, that's the YouTube link. No, but we could invite people to the Zoom. Let me see. Let me find the.
Yeah, you can copy the stream. Oh, you don't want the streaming link. Never mind.
There it is. Okay, so yeah, anybody, if you'd like want to invite your friends, just like even though we're not like recorded, I just have to ask for like no fed toasting because like we don't know everybody here, you know. So just like be cool, be cool. You guys know what I mean, okay? So yeah, go ahead, Raven, and let's hear your closing remarks with Mac Vote before.